A very good morning to all. On behalf of the Council of Architecture and the Training Research Center, it gives me great pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you. We are privileged to have with us none other than Architect Habib Khan, President, Council of Architecture, as the chief guest of the program today. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also welcome eminent jury members, Architect Aziz Rajani, Architect Shraddha Sejpal, and Architect Ujan Ghosh. We have with us Professor Anirudh Paul, former principal of KRVI Mumbai, and Dr. Rama Subramaniam, principal of the Dayanand Sagar School of Architecture, both committee members of the Council Awards Committee, heads of schools of architecture, faculty, students in school, our dear participants, and all the esteemed guests. A very warm welcome to you all once again. Today, we are at the final and the fifth zone jury of the 2022 cycle of the COA Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis. We've completed 4 zones already, and today possibly is the last online jury that we will have. We are hoping and keeping fingers crossed that next year onwards, we will have all juries in the offline mode. We will now begin with the process for today. We will select 2 best participants, one in each category of the awards program, and these 2 will be invited to represent Zone 5 at the final jury. The final jury is likely to be conducted in the offline mode in Chennai. In the second fortnight of March, we will be sharing more details with you regarding the exact date, venue, etc. in a very short time. The jury today will be conducted by Professor Anirudh Paul and Dr. Rama Subramaniam. And I would invite them both to please come forward and identify and announce the code number of the first presenter of the day. This is a formality that we do every time so that each participant gets around 30 minutes to prepare himself or herself for the presentation. And after the first name is declared, we can go on with the rest of the formalities of the inaugural session. Anirudh sir, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Jayashree. Thank you, everybody. So what we do is we start with the spinning of the wheel. So I would request the host college, the presenter, to actually be helping us with that. BG, you will
Yes,
help us?
sir.
Yeah, will you help
Can
us?
we share the? Can we start it?
Yeah,
we
you
share
can
the
start
screen?
it.
Yeah.
At least you can start. That's the spinning wheel.
Yeah.
Good.
Let's start.
Yeah, you can start it. You can spin it.
One second. Do it. Which number? It's
5.
number 5, sir. Yeah.
Okay, just wait. Let me just. Number 5. Let me go back to my. Okay, so number 5, it is AEATATAP, that is 22522. It's called Urban Environment Adaptive Refit for an Urban Change. 522, you're there? 522. It's AEATAP 22522. Urban Environment Adaptive Refit for an Urban Change. Are you there? 522?
Oh, yeah. You were there just now, got logged out.
Okay, we will wait then. Must be some technical error.
Am I
Hello?
audible?
Are you audible?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible
Yes,
now.
please.
Can you
Yes,
just
great.
can you just open your screen for a second?
Yeah, can I just switch to my phone because my laptop actually lacks a camera?
No
I'll join
problem.
from my phone.
Yeah, you can do that. 522, you're there now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm joining from my phone.
Okay. Otherwise, don't worry. We will, I think, before the start of your presentation, if you can get everything ready and get your camera on, that would be good enough. Okay.
Am I seen visible now?
Then he logged in another time.
Okay. He must be doing it from another instrument.
Yes, yes.
Okay. He's visible because I cannot see him.
I can see him.
Okay. Good.
Is that fine? Can I switch it off now?
Yeah, he switched off.
Thank you.
Okay. So what we do is we'll give you half an hour to prepare. Okay. We will have the program going on. So you get half an hour before we start. And within half an hour, we should be ready to present. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jashi, over to you.
Thank you, Anirudh. I'm now privileged to invite Architect Habib Khan, President, Council of Architecture, to please address the gathering. Habib, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, all of you.
Good morning,
All
sir.
the jury members, the organizers, the coordinators, the participants, students. I bring warm greetings from the Council of Architecture. And as you all know, that we are making efforts since a long, long time, since decades, to conduct these awards for the students of our institutions. And it's a service which earlier the NIASA and now the TRC is doing it under the leadership of Professor Jayashree Deshpande. And I would want to thank Jayashree on behalf of the council for conducting this year after year in a very meticulous, committed and dedicated manner. The level of awards is going up by the year. And I'm very happy to see the kind of entries and the kind of response and the kind of interactions that happen between the jury and the students. And that is something very heartening to see, the interaction that is happening amongst the practicing architects, amongst the academia and the students. These kind of awards are not only recognition of good work being done by our students in our institutions, but also give us at the council and the profession and the academia an idea where we all stand, where our country is heading to, where the architectural profession is heading to, and what is the future of our profession in our country. And the interaction, the effort of the council and our team has been to bridge the gap between academics and practice. And this is a very vital component of that particular effort to bring academia, practice, and our students together on one platform, where there can be a very healthy and very intense and interactive interaction that happens during these juries and the entire process of participating in these awards. I'm sure this is being streamed live, and many institutions across the country will take benefit of the deliberations that happen or are happening since last 4 or 5 days in all these zonal rounds. And it gives an idea to every institution as to where we stand vis-a-vis the national scenario, and where we are lacking and where we need to gear up to rise to these levels of excellence. You know, when you see our contemporaries' work, our colleagues' works, and our students' works, and it becomes an eye-opener for every institution to know where we stand and what needs to be done to reach a certain level of excellence. And that has been the effort of the council in the last couple of years to improve the academic standards of our institutions and improve the overall quality of architectural built environment in our country. And all our institutions are the are the places where this development happens, and they're very crucial as far as the future of our architectural profession is concerned. And I am sure that we all are making a concentrated and combined effort to improve the architectural academic standards in our country, so that as a result, in the end, we will have an environment, built environment, which is worthy of improving the quality of life of our fellow citizens. And I want to acknowledge the hard work put in by the TRC team led by Professor Deshpande and all the coordinators, the organizing institutes, and the jury members who have been so meticulously year after year been participating and helping our cause to improve the interactions and to augment the process of this interaction between the students, who are our future of the country, and the practice and the academy and the academia. And I'm sure without your contribution, without the contribution of the learned jury members, this would not be possible. So on behalf of the council, I want to thank all these jury members, not only of this zone, but the entire all the 5 zones who have contributed in this process. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the council, and also the organizing institutes who play a very critical role. And I'm sure you learn a lot in the whole process. But apart from that, your contribution to the council and its cause is noteworthy. And I want to acknowledge the contribution of all the organizing institutes across the country who have come forward to help us achieve this, and also to Chennai, I think, if I'm not wrong, Chettinad College,
Yes, sir. Yes.
who have come forward and volunteered to organize the final jury in Chennai at the end of this month, and all the efforts that is being taken across the country to help the council achieve its cause. And in the end, I would want to wish all the participants across the zones a very, very warm welcome to all of you on this council's platform, and all the best to all of you for being here. And as we always say, in the end, that winning is not important, but the process is important. But I would say winning is also important, because that is the final kill that you need to go for. It's important to learn the process, and it is critical to understand the processes that you go through in a competition. But to win a competition, that's why you're participating in a competition. So my heartiest congratulations to whoever will win this zonal rounds, and ultimately the finals in Chennai. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you in Chennai and participating in the award process. And once again, from the council, I would want to acknowledge each one of your contribution and helping us achieve a certain goal that we've all set us for. So thank you, Jayashree, for giving me this opportunity and inviting me here today to be amongst my colleagues in my fraternity. And it's always a pleasure to interact with all of you. Thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us here. I can understand that you've been keeping a very, very hectic schedule. Sir has just landed and come to be with us. Thank you so much. As you rightly said, that this platform is for sharing and learning for schools of architecture, and the online mode has awarded us that benefit. Several schools in the last 1 week have called to inform that they have been streaming the jury live in their thesis classrooms or auditoriums in their schools, and the entire class of the thesis batch is sitting there with the teachers and listening to the interaction that have been happening. So I think we are moving towards whatever we were planning to achieve, that the best work from all schools across India is taken to each and every school of architecture in India. So this has been a big learning experience.
Right. And I would also want to add, Jayashree, if you give me a minute, that we at the council have launched the samarthya.org portal. And we're conducting various competitions, because we believe that the procurement of architectural services should be fair and should be on an even paritable platform for everyone. And it's also heartening to note that our institutions, a lot of institutions, about 150 institutions as of now, have participated in various competitions. But I'm looking forward to institutions participating as a consultancy cell or a design consultancy cell as well, apart from the students. And we are rolling out another competition very shortly, and we are waiting for another competition from the south, wherein we are going to develop, along with the government, 14 lakefront development projects. And I'm looking forward for all our institutions and our students to participate in those competitions, because this is a wonderful opportunity that you all get to, participate in a live competition and a live project. And it is something that has never happened before, where council has provided a platform for equitable and paritable bidding and competing for a project. And I'm sure your cooperation will be solicited in making it a success and carrying it forward in years to come. So thank you so much for being involved in the competition process.
Yes, sir. As you rightly said, this is, I think, the first time that we are bringing live competitions to the platform and to
Yes.
the fraternity, and everybody is really excited about participating in these competitions and not just winning, but hoping to see that these get implemented and are taken forward.
And I'm so happy.
Reward in the
Actually, I'm
long
so
run.
happy to say that some of the competitions, in fact, most of the competition, the winners have been 3 or 4 year or 5 years experienced young architects, and that's a wonderful platform and opportunity that these young architects are getting through the council, to participate in a live project and to work on a live project. And the talent and the pool of talent that our youngsters have, tells me that the architectural profession is in safe hands. And if you see the issue that we just came out with, architecture, time, space, and people, the competition special, you will find that most of the architects are young architects, and that is something very heartening to note and see.
In the past 5 days also, all the jurors have noted that the quality of level of involvement of the students in their thesis projects has certainly gone high, and the scale of project that they are handling is also much bigger, and the intensity, the depth to which they are going is also more. So I think, yes, as you say, that the fraternity and the profession is going to be in safe hands now.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The process of the jury for this zone has been conducted by the College of Architecture in Trivandrum, the team led by Professor Jaykumar and Dr. Nina Thomas, supported by Architect Vijay, Architect Hiba, Architect Vivek, Architect Aishwarya. Big team. They have put in a lot of effort in the last few months, I would say, because they joined the platform when we were inviting all the schools to participate in the program. And it has been a very good response from this zone. Zone 5 is supposed to be one of the strongest zones in this program. And year after year, there has been at least one winner from this zone. So it was a challenge to bring everybody on this platform. Have with us the entire team of CAT, as it is called, and I would like to call upon the coordinators of the program to come forward and tell us about their college and tell us about their team.
So, hello.
Yes, hello.
Thank you,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you very much. We would like to start with a short address introductory address by your director, Professor J. Jayakumar, followed by a brief session by Professor Nina Thomas, our principal.
Okay. I think I am audible to you all.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Happy morning. First, let me express my pleasure for letting us to host the event at CAT. Thank you, President Habib, Jayasri, COA team, jurors, and the coordinators. Our principal, Professor Nina Thomas, will be talking about the institution's specifics and the current stage. So I will not be taking too much of your time. I will be taking only about 1 minute or 1.5 minutes. My goal here is to dig a little to show our foundation. I mean the foundation of vision and mission statements, because that part happened about a year before applying the permission to start the college to COA in 2011. We burned a lot of oil to find an answer to this question. Why do we need to go for another college to teach architects? So, because there exists, especially in Trivandrum, there exists a legacy college, College of Architecture, sorry, College of Engineering Trivandrum. we identified 3 assumptions about architecture and its education. I prefer to call them as assumptions, not as beliefs, because one cannot question belief, but one can always revisit and question the validity of assumptions. Our first assumption: we all know architecture is a cultural byproduct. But in our case, we take architecture as a cultural tool. Architecture is education that we are supposed to conduct shall in such a manner to uphold the universal values like humanism and environmentalism. Many times we know they do not meet. So we are encouraging our students to find a balance in the design studio. The second assumption is quite simple. Architecture is a political statement. In every era, in every nation, under every system. So we take architecture as a political tool. We decided to encourage, to create architecture to uphold the spirit of democracy and free world as envisaged in our constitution. In other words, we encourage designs based on fundamentals and free from iconography of past. The third assumption: we have seen from history and the town planning regulations, architecture can be taken as a tool to improve health, to enhance the quality of life and increase the lifespan of people. We encourage our students, or we have to encourage our students to respect the free gifts like sun, wind, and rain. And also to adopt technology to increase access to architecture to larger. So our vision is very simple. It is only a small line. Our vision is to create an institute of choice for the best student by being relevant always. And our mission is equally simple, but it's difficult to implement. It is like this: interconnecting curriculum in design studios by linking lab, workshop, theory, always. And now I think my principal will take you to College of Architects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible to you? I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Respected dignitaries of today's event, Chief Guest, National President of Council of Architecture, Architect Habib Khan, Council of Architecture Training Research Center Director, Architect Jayashree Deshpande, all the esteemed jury members of today's Thesis Awards of Zone 5, coordinators, Professor Anirudh Paul and Professor Rama Subramania, Director of CAT, Professor Jayakumar, Coordinator of the host college, Professor Vijay Narayan, and her team of faculty, all the participants eagerly logged in for today's proceedings. A very warm good morning to all of you. Thank you for the introduction. As the present principal of CAT, it makes me immensely happy, proud, and privileged to introduce our school, College of Architecture Trivandrum, popularly referred to as CAT. On behalf of the entire faculty and students of CAT, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the Council of Architecture, TRC, for having considered us and for having given us this wonderful opportunity to host the prestigious COA National UG Thesis Awards online jury of 2022 of Zone 5. College of Architecture Trivandrum, or CAT, is the brainchild of a dynamic chairman and leading architect, architect N. Mahesh. The institute was started in the year 2011 as an exclusive school of architecture with the present director of CAT, Professor Jayakumar, as the first and founding principal, who no doubt is the backbone of this institution since its inception. Now it's my pleasure to briefly introduce our school. CAT is one of the largest architecture and design schools in Trivandrum, situated in the capital city of the lush green state of Kerala. The school started as a privately owned standalone institute exclusively for offering a full-time Bachelor of Architecture program with an intake of 120 students across 3 batches. With the introduction of the BDES course in 2019, CAT has moved a step forward to being the first institute to start a full-time Bachelor of Design program in the state with an intake of 60 students. The BR course is affiliated to APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University and has a well-defined and full-fledged curriculum as per the norms stipulated by the Council of Architecture. CAT has ties with numerous national institutions and international institutions and is deemed to be a global D school for making a positive change in the design of the built environment through creative and collaborative academic national and international engagements. The school also envisages an interdisciplinary and interconnected curriculum and pedagogy to give a comprehensive understanding to its learners. It is intended to prepare a new genre of sensitive professionals who would be able to comprehend and use the evidences collected from real-life problems while developing concepts for functional, creative, and contextual design solutions. Our dedicated faculty is a major strength of the institute. Equipped with a strong theory base and research-driven practice, CAT has a dedicated team of very well-qualified faculty with expertise and experience in varied areas related to architecture and design. The lush green CAT campus with world-class infrastructure integrated and crafted with the concept of green buildings exudes a positive, liberal, and rich learning ambience. CAT is essentially the culmination of the vision to become the institute of choice for the best student. The constant and focused efforts to meet the mission of the school, becoming a reputed design school, making a positive change, has rendered the environment academically challenging and conducive for professional learning and holistic grooming. Importance is also given to train the young minds to prepare them for lifelong learning and critical thinking, leading to sensitive research-based practice as they embark into the profession of architecture and design. I'm proud to note that CAT has now grown to be one of the most exciting and innovative design schools in the country, imparting professional education and training to mold sensitive architects and designers of the future in service of humanity. Now we shall play a very short video for you on CAT and its campus life, after which I shall introduce the team of the host college. Over to the video.
Is there a sound? I'm not able to hear the sound.
Yes, just a moment. One sec, we are setting it right.
I must say that your campus is nestled in a beautiful location, God's own country. Yeah?
You should come here, madam.
I have been here.
You've been
Somewhere.
here? Okay.
Can we start from the beginning?
Set amidst the scenic backdrop of Western Ghats, just a short drive away from the bustling heart of Trivandrum city, lies the green and tranquil campus of College of Architecture, Trivandrum. Aeat is one of the largest schools of architecture in South India and the first school of design under KTU. Established in 2011 under the Narayanan and Vaidyanathan Charitable and Educational Trust, Aeat is the brainchild of architect N. Mahesh, one of the most experienced and illustrious architects in India. In less than a decade, Aeat already has pride of place among the top architecture colleges of India and is consistently the top choice for architecture students in Kerala. The Aeat campus is home to the School of Architecture, the School of Design and allied amenities. The campus integrates nature and design, creating a healthy environment for a vibrant and rewarding learning experience.
Now, let me introduce the coordinating team of our college. First, it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Bijay Narayan, former head of the Department of Architecture and our senior-most faculty, who is the main coordinator of this event. Professor Bijay has more than 10 years of association with Aeat ever since she joined Aeat as a faculty in 2013. She is a BArch graduate from TKM College of Engineering, Kollam, and pursued her PG on Design Management from University of Prague in USA. She has 15 years of professional experience all across the world, from USA to Dubai to Singapore, before she joined us as an educator. Presently, she is also pursuing her PhD part-time on flow as a thought practice in architecture with Srishti on Manipal University, Bangalore. She's ably supported by a very efficient team. Engineer Aishwarya, who is an engineer planner by training. She did her BTech in civil engineering from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum. She took her PG in urban planning from the National University of Singapore. Her knowledge and training in GIS and GIS-related softwares is of great support to the students, especially in the design studios. The next member is architect Hiba, an architecture graduate from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum. In fact, one of my students did her PG in landscape architecture from School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal in 2020. Her specialization is in urban open area analysis and design, and she is an expert in drawing and model making softwares, as well as several data analyzing softwares. We also have in our team, architect Vivek, who completed his BArch from Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology, Kottayam, and later took his PG in sustainable architecture from the School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. He has 7 years of experience in professional practice and has been working in Aeat for the last two years. He is an expert in building performance analysis and evaluation using simulations and is a certified life cycle cost analyst as well as a professional member of Griha and various other professional organizations. Lastly, we have architect Ritu, a conservation architect who did her BArch from the National Institute of Technology, Calicut, and her PG is in architecture conservation from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. She has 3 years of experience as an educator and has also assisted in various major heritage conservation works. She spearheads various events in our campus. Aided by her deep passion for knowledge, she teaches history and conservation related subjects to our students. She's particularly interested in the urban cultural landscapes of India. Many other faculty behind the scenes have been involved in this venture, and I take this opportunity to applaud the whole team of CAT who have all meticulously worked towards it. I wish and hope that the entire proceedings will go seamlessly. Before I sign off, let me wish all the participants representing architecture schools of Zone 5 who are all eagerly logged in for today's proceedings. Wish you all the very best and congratulations to all the shortlisted candidates of Zone 5 in advance. Thank you all and thank you so much.
Jayashree, you're mute. Jayashree, you're mute.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Neena, for that wonderful introduction to a lovely School of Architecture and an equally dynamic young team that has been working so dedicatedly in the last few months to ensure that the jury today happens beautifully and seamlessly. Thank you so much, all of you. We will now move on, and I would like to invite Professor Anirudh Paul to introduce architect Aziz Rajani, the juror of the member on the panel of jurors today.
Okay, so it's a pleasure to introduce Aziz. So Aziz has completed his BArch from the Srinagar College of Architecture, Pune, and his master's in history, theory, and criticism in conservation from the CEPT University, Ahmedabad. Aziz is an architect and academician. He has worked in Goa with AA, Architectural Anonymous, led by architect Gerard Ducuna. And there he has actually honed his design and execution skill under the mentorship of architect Gerard Ducuna. At Architecture Autonomous, Aziz also spearheaded the arch and vault making workshops. Aziz has been a visiting faculty and juror in several architectural schools in Bangalore. Since 2019, he has co-established a design practice. It's named Studio Liminal Play in Bangalore, where he is collaborating with peoples and practices that look at diverse processes and versions of design and architectural production. So I welcome Aziz. Aziz, you are there?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction.
Yeah.
Welcome, Aziz. And
thank you, ma'am.
Now I invite Dr. Rama to please introduce architect Shraddha Sejpal. Rama ma'am.
Thank you, Jayashree ma'am. It's my pleasure to introduce a dear friend, architect Shraddha Sejpal. She completed her bachelor's in architecture from CEPT Ahmedabad in 1982 and her further studies from MIT Boston in 1987. She has been visiting faculty at KRVIA Mumbai for architectural design from 1993 onwards up to 2005 and once again from 2010 to 21. She's an independent practitioner under the name S. Sejpal Architects from 95 onwards. She has also been associate architect at Architects Combined and project architect at Stull and Lee, Boston. She was also the project architect at Boston Housing Authority and junior architect at Architects Combined in the decade of the 80s. Her research and academic work include these reports co-authored with architect Rita Raje. They include feasibility reports for educational expansion of Aga Khan Educational Services, and American School, Mumbai. Study of pedagogical concepts for international schools for the New Schule, Mumbai, and the proposed Bandra campus, and guidelines for appropriate technology for Veerayatan School, Kutch, Gujarat. Warm welcome to Shraddha ji.
Thank you, Ramaman, and a warm welcome to Architect Shraddha.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back amongst friends. Just missing being in the lush green campus that looks so tempting to be there.
It's a lovely place. Yes, you're right. I will now request Professor Anirudh Paul to introduce Architect Ujjan Ghosh, the veteran on this team.
Yeah. So it's a pleasure to introduce Architect Ujjan Ghosh, who has also been my mentor. Okay, so Ujjan has completed his Bachelor's of Architecture from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and he has been also completed his Master's of Architecture from the University of Penn, Philadelphia. After that, Ujjan has been working for a few years in the US before coming back to India and joining Upal Ghosh and Associates as a partner. And since then, he has been practicing architecture and urban design in various parts of the country. Well, he has done many notable institutional projects or leading institutions. I can see IIT Gandhinagar, IISER Bhopal, IIM Rohtak, and he has also done interstate bus terminuses for Hyderabad, Vijayawada, Guntur. He's done tourism structure plans for Ukru in AP and Pratyak Bhavan in Hyderabad. And obviously has done the urban design plan for the residential sectors of Greater Noida, UP. And he has been a visiting professor at the SPA New Delhi, and he has been teaching urban design for the last 39 years. That's quite a lot. In fact, I think all of us are his students. He's a member of the Senate of SPA Bhopal and also been a member of the Board of Studies in different departments of SPA New Delhi. He has been a member of the Academic Council at DIT Dehradun and the Board of Studies at Sushant School of Art and Architecture at Gurugram. He's been also the founder member of the Institute of Urban Design and India and its former president. With that, I welcome Ujjan. Ujjan, you're there?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anirudh, and warm welcome, Ujjan sir, on the team as usual. I think we are now all set to begin the jury. Anirudh, would you like to call upon the identify the second participant?
I'll do that.
And then, yes.
So 522, I hope you're ready now, by now.
Yes.
Okay. And also, like, we will have the spin of the wheel again.
Yeah.
DJ?
Yes, can we do that? 1 second, sir. Number 4 vare undavullu. Okay. Yeah. Can we spin, sir?
Yeah.
It's number 1.
It's number 1. Okay. So I'll just read out number 1. It's AEATA P22505. It's called the Nexus, an integration of multimodal transit hub and respite space. It's 505, AP505. Are you there, AP505?
Yes, of course, sir.
Okay. If you can just open your camera and we can see you.
Hi, sir. Can you see me?
Okay. Somehow you're not in my screen, but fine. Okay.
Yes, he's
visible.
Yes, he's visible.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, we start with the program. We start with the presentations. 522. BJ, can we have the presentation?
We are uploading that.
Yeah,
1 second.
Yeah. Just
Here you
go to,
That's a
522.
start.
522, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, you can start now. We can start the timer now.
Good morning. So the thesis is titled Urban Revampment, Adaptive Refit for an Urban Change. So this is an adaptive refit project on an urban scale. So this is more about the study and approaches taken towards this revitalization project than more of a finished product. So the thesis inquiry started from the site.
Can we see it? I have problem seeing. Now I can see. Okay. Go ahead.
So the thesis inquiry started from the site, where in the city of Calicut, in the historic precinct of Mananchira, there is a 178-year-old textile mill called the Comtrust. The factory is an industrial heritage site dating back from the 18th century, which was shut down in 2009, from which it stands abandoned till date. So the industrial heritage has an important role in holding the history of a place and in the regeneration of the declining area. So the aim of the project is to revitalize the Comtrust textile mill such that the heritage and the site are relevant in the context of urban change. Next slide, please. Next. So Kerala has many age-old industries. And speaking about Kozhikode's industrial heritage, there are three main industrial heritage sites. One is the Kallai Wood Industries, the Ferroc Tile Factories, and the historic precinct of Mananchira. When we compare these three, the Kallai Wood Industries and the Ferroc Tile Factories are a set of industrial heritage complex which are located more towards the periphery of the city, whereas the Comtrust falls right in the city center in the urban core of the city and occupying 4.5 acres of landlocked plot right in the center of the city. Now, next slide. Speaking about the historic and urban significance of the site, the royal family of Zamorins ruled over Malabar from 1300 AD. So the site had the palace of King Manavendran, who were ruling over the Malabar area at that time. So, located in the heart of the present-day Calicut city, the urban core is Mananchira Square, which is constituted of the Mananchira Pond, the Mananchira Park, and the Ansari Park, and the building, the Comtrust, occupies the southern side of the pond. So the city was built in concentric square plan around the Mananchira tag, following the principles of Vastu Shastra. The Mananchira Square is surrounded by many important and historic and cultural landmarks of the Calicut city, like the town hall, the CSI church, the Patala Mosque, the Crown Theatre, and the public library. The site of the Comtrust factory occupies the southern edge of the pond. It was established, speaking about the history, it was established in 1844 by a German Christian missionary society called the Basil Evangelical Mission. The role of the society was to establish educational institutions and decentralized industries in the southern part of Kerala, so as to bring the lower caste people forward. So these decentralized industries became the catalyst of social change. So people from different castes and religions started working together in these factory spaces. So the factory had laborers from different part of the place, and the factory was also the largest exporter of the calico fabric, from where the place got its name, Calicut. Coming to the site study, the Mananchira Park and Maidan has fence all over the sides of its 3-4 sides, and also there is no access to the Mananchira Port. So the busy vehicular circulation along the busy one-way vehicular circulation along the site restricts movement of people across the site and the park. Also, the Comtrust site is barricaded by fence on all 3 sides, and also some of the nodes in the area are active, but some are very dead. Now coming to the structure of the factory building, it comprises of wooden roofing systems, including north-lased truss roofs, workspaces with large clay tile roofing, and masonry made of burnt brick and lime plaster. Now, a SWOT analysis is done on the area. So the major takeaways from the SWOT was that the site being part of a major commercial zone has a high land value. So the right next to the backside of the building is a pedestrianized street called the SM Street, which has a lot of footfall. So another factor that limits people into this public space is the lack of parking spaces. And there's a number of educational institutions around the precinct, which is an advantage for the project. Next slide. So coming to the project, this will be an adaptive refit project on an urban scale. So maintaining the contextual values, but asking these three main questions. How can the Comtrust textile mills become a catalyst in transforming the area? How could the city center of Kozhikode be reimagined, and what is the role of the site in the city? Next slide. Now coming to the development of programs, Kozhikode has a rich cultural value, which is a blend of art, heritage, and culture. The city's culture share roots to several communities, and Calicut as a famous trade center and port city. As a result, there are a number of seasonal cultural events that happens in the city, some of which are Kerala Literature Festival, Calicut Flea Market, multiple food festival, and regular musical events. So next slide. If we look at the mapping of these events, these are seen to happen more towards the beach edge, thereby increasing the footfall on the beach area. Whereas the historic precinct of Manajara, which is right in the city center, is vacant. So, so the idea is to decentralize these seasonal event spaces, events that happen in these seasonal events, to take these events to the city center and to make it happen in program spaces around Manajara. For next slide. For this, a number of potential open lands have been identified in and around the area, and a structure plan is developed connecting these open lands to the compress, and the compress being a catalyst to activate the whole area. Next. Now speak about the approach taken towards the design. So one of the main approach was previous slide, please. Can you take the previous slide? Yeah. So one of the main approaches was to reimagine the vehicular circulation along the backside of the site, so that the whole road edge becomes a pedestrian street that can act as a continuation of the commercial SM street. Also, a subway is proposed so that the pedestrian movement can also happen inside the park. Also, the connection between the site, the pond, and the park is re-established. So this defines the next slide. So this defines the vision statement. Adaptive refits of the compressed textile mills into a landmark of Calicut city, and using the imaginability of the structure along with its diverse program to reinforce the city as a public realm space. So if you look at the Calicut city, the city actually lacks a landmark. So I wanted the city center to be a landmark of the city. So the complex and precinct will be reused as a space which forms the node for holding and experiencing commercial, cultural, and social activities, and to create a city center, providing an iconic image and landmark to city. So the anchor program is a heritage museum, an event space, and a major part becomes a space with commercial value, along with other supporting amenities. Now to the design process. Based on condition mapping, structures unstable and are identified and are put to demolition. So the structures marked in red are to be demolished. Next slide. Yeah. So the iconic building of Compress, which is the main block which people identify as Compress, is retained, and the new museum block is built just adjacent to it. So a good amount of area is reserved for the parking, so as to bring people more into the city center. And the huge workspaces are converted into commercial spaces, which can act as a spillover space of the SM street. Next slide. So this is the design approach taken. So in second diagram, the building block marked in red is the new addition of the museum, which juxtaposes with the existing complex building. So
you have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, the huge workspaces has been broken down, which becomes the circulation core from the street to the building, and a large spine connects the whole commercial thing to the museum and to the port edge. So next. Yeah. So and the private programs like the workspaces are actually lifted upstairs, and the whole ground floor becomes a public space. So all the interventions here are actually made reversible and made of cotton steel structures, so that it creates a material contrast, and also it actually clearly defines the old and new, which aligns with the vision of the project. Next. Yeah. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. The jurors, would you like to give your comments? You have 15 minutes in total to keep parity with all other zones. So Shraddha or Ujan or Aziz, any one of you can start.
Shraddha, you go ahead. If you want to.
Shraddha, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you can go ahead then.
Yeah. So, at the outset, I want to say I'm very happy to see that adaptive reuse is being, adopted for a final year project, because the whole idea of creating signature buildings that I have been seeing over the years is now changing towards a more sensitive approach to the built environment and understanding the value that some of these older buildings bring. So I just wanted to commend that, whether it's the faculty or the student, or the combination, that, this whole approach is being taken up and being addressed. I also want to say that the drawings and the graphic quality is very nice. I also understand where the use of material is being used, is contrasting between the old and the new in the use of the cotton steel. I love that material, but I have always wondered about its efficacy in the hot climate. So that question will still remain. The other thing is the scale seemed a little overpowering, to the structure that we talked that, there's a certain degree of sensitivity in being able to do an adaptive reuse. So I just felt that somewhere the scale needed to have, in its attempt at creating its own identity and image, I felt that the scale was overpowering. But I think the intent of organizing the circulation in being able to make it a magnet for the rest of the city, I think is very valid, and I'm glad it's being taken up. I think that will be all from my end.
Okay, Ujan or Aziz, anybody?
Yeah, I can make my few comments. This is a very important project for any small time town, and Calicut may be small, but it's a very important thing. I've been there, and in fact, I've been to the site for some other reason. So that's why it was quite exciting, and reusing is a very good thing these days, instead of keep rebuilding or building. With that, then when I saw the drawings, I ran through it and I saw less text, which was kind of exciting. Many times you see the drawings are filled with text and you can't read them at my age, especially. And seeing that, I was excited, but then I was waiting for today's presentation to fill up that text through talking. But I felt that fell through a little bit, still something didn't come through. But otherwise, just looking at it, what I felt very interesting, that if you want to make a place, an important image-making place for a town by design, by intention, and when I saw this new building inserted in a very, very exciting kind of form, I liked it, kind of that contrast of existing and the new form. But those are not talked about, there are no views of it, and But the drawings are, the elevations are very neat and nice. I have often complained about, the good old way of drawing elevation section and plan. Most thesis missing these days, but this one has at least have plan elevation sections, drawn thin lines for elevation, thick lines for plan, section. So neat little drawings, clean design. But being an urban designer, and the way he started with the surrounding, that water body, the traffic, and all that stuff. But when it came to design, I felt the relationship with the surrounding and being informed by the surrounding to make design was kind of lacking. To really weave it into the fabric or into the activity. If you're inserting commerce, you have to look at the existing other commerce, that how they together work. If you're inserting culture, you have to see other culture, which is maybe the lake, the water body front, how this and that work together, how the vehicular movement happens in between. Is it disturbing or it is unifying? So I thought some of these contextual things could have been addressed better. Some of the good things, I think, lacked a little bit of explanation. You should have harped on your new forms and new excitement for this new public place. It is there, but needed some more explanation and maybe few 3Ds and all, as often we see them these days. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Chanch. Jurors, you can call for the presentation. BG, can you make the presentation available, because the comments are made easier. Okay, Aziz,
we'll do that. One second.
Uh,
Also, sir, there are 3 buses that's coming at 10th, 13th, and 15 minutes. So maybe the student hurriedly finished it.
Yeah,
The bus.
I thought so also.
Yeah, we will, the last 3 slides.
Okay.
All of them? All of the presentation? Or?
No, only this presentation under discussion. That presentation we can, and the jurors can ask for turning a slide or going to a slide. Any of this thing is possible. Aziz, you can continue.
Yeah, what I am doing is I'm running the thing in a parallelly in another screen. This presentation, which is already with us.
Yeah. So, is it okay if I have a question for the participant?
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
So, first of all, I would like to congratulate the participant. I thought it was a really good attempt for a thesis for a 5th year project, especially. The title itself has the word adaptive reuse, and my question for the participant is relating to that as well. Absolutely, you've established that the place as well as the built form itself has a historically linked value to the city as well. What I would want you to answer is one of your slides also mentioned you wanted to build this particular place as a catalyst in transforming the center of the city, right? My question to you and your stance is you want to do this by developing this as the landmark of the city so that it regenerates the center of the city. My question is, in an adaptive reused project, in this particular site, do you think the place is important? That is the site, location, and historic nature and connection to the city. Some of your sketches show that, especially, or do you think the built form and the place together have the value to this particular city, right? Because I understand if the project was basically redeveloping something on this similar site and the place, right? Because the program has nothing to do with the historicity of the built form, right? So in this particular case, do you think the place has much more value than the built form, or do you think it goes hand in hand? And how has it been transformed and taken into account in your design?
EP522, you want to respond?
Hi.
Yeah, you can respond. Sharing? You can respond. Yeah, you are audible. You can respond.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. So as I tell, the building has an historicity to it. Yes, of course. So I didn't want to, by bringing a new program, I didn't wanted to completely negotiate with that history part of it. So that I've retained the major chunk of the main block, and the new addition is a museum. So that so it has something to do with the history. So that was the main thing of the program. So also the building and the site goes in hand in hand. So the city has a value as much as the building. So that I didn't wanted to just make just design on the within the site. So I wanted to extend the design to the context, so that the significance of the whole area is retained. So that's why I identified this open lands around the site, which can which can conduct these seasonal events, like in the Kalagoda precincts in Mumbai, in similar pattern, like how the Binala happens in Cochin. So that seasonal events, the whole city center will be active, but the major anchor program will be the Complex Textile Mills. So that that's
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, jurors. Okay. And thank you, 522, for the presentation. Okay. We will go on to the next presentation, the next presenter. Okay. But before we go to the next presenter, that is 505, we start the spinning of the wheel again and see who's chosen next.
It's number 2.
Okay. So that's number 2. So number 2, it's AEATAP 22507. It's called Hampi, the Celebration of Sound. 507, are you there?
507.
507, are you there?
Yeah, yes, it's showing on the screen.
Okay, then can you just open
Can you
your...
unmute? Can you unmute and talk? 507.
Could you repeat the code once again, please?
Okay, sure. I'll repeat the code. It's AEAT. It's AP, not SC. AP 22507.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm confused with the code.
Okay, so can you just like open the screens just for a second, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Are you able to see? Because
Yes. Could you see
okay.
me?
Okay, others, I'm not able to see this.
Anirudh, I think this code number is not correct. It is AEAT SC. Are we working on AP now or SC?
We are working on architectural projects.
It has to be AP.
Sorry, then that's not me. Sorry, I got confused.
It has to be
Yeah,
AP
it
because
has
I
to
read
be AP.
because I read AP.
507.
Can you also read out the name of the project
It's called
title?
Hampi Celebration of Sound. That's what I read out. Are you there?
Are you there?
Hampi Celebration of
Sound. Yes, sir.
You're there?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, just open your screen and.
Yes, he's there.
The screen is open actually. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, fine.
right,
Somehow I'm not able to see. Okay, that's fine. So what we do now is multimodal 505. Okay, we start with you. DJ, can we have the presentation? And just to the presenter, you can go back to your slides to explain the jurors the project on it when there are any questions asked. So please feel free to share your slides, because that I think makes even the discussion interesting.
Yes, please do inform us which slide has to be shared.
Just tell the
and just clarify that time thing again, the last one.
Yes, actually the students has a maximum of 15 minutes. We will have a buzzer on at the 10th minute and 13th minute, just to keep them on track with the time. And at last 15th minute, we will have the long buzzer, after which we will mute the student, but we will show the slides.
Right, good enough. Yeah.
Thank
So can we start with the presentation now?
Sir,
Participant ready? Yeah.
sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah.
I can't see the presentation. Okay, now it's come.
Okay, you can just simply clicking. I can just explain.
Yeah, good enough.
The Nexus, can you just click it? It's an integration of transit urban respite space. First of all, the term the Nexus means a connection of or a series of connecting or linking some major things or one or more things, or it is a central focal point. That's what means the Nexus. Okay. You know what, the urban mobility, it is a critical development catalyst. Naturally, the public transportation contributes significantly to global growth while influencing each and every individual. People travel to get to their destinations, whether they are looking for work, education, goods, or anything else. To benefit both the passengers and the system as a whole, all modes of transportation like train, road, water, and air must operate as a one seamless entity. So, how does the system work? It involves all the modes of transportation, including train, road, water, and air. All of these must work together to benefit both the commuter and the system as a whole. It can be accomplished by carefully planning and designing services so that when a change of mode is required, the passenger can take advantage of convenient, comfortable, and covered interchange facilities with less waiting time for the subsequent services. The Nexus is located south of the Kadambria River, riverside at Kakinad. The four modes of transportation available to the public are the water metro rail, Kochi metro rail, Silver Line, and the feeder services. The overall character of the design stand out from the traditional aspects that we are accustomed to experiencing in our country. This mass structure is enhanced by curves and its fluid nature. The building levels and the planning has been developed from the constraints. The alignment of the platforms were influenced by the existing metro rail and the Silver Line projects. The water metro, was provided with an amphibious platform area. The lowermost ground area was detected by the 2-meter flood lines of the site. The project was a systematic process which involves multiple layers of collecting data and discussion with the professionals of various fields.
I'm sorry to disturb. Is the slides going with your talk? Are you sure?
Yeah, sir. All the slides are the parts like the processor which I have covered. So let me introduce the project while moving this process.
Okay.
This project is a systematic process which involved multiple layers of collecting data and discussion with the professionals of various fields, being first of its kind. The design project is massive results obtaining through the stage of studies and planning conducted through the months. Okay. The design brief aims to figure out the required spaces, space qualities, and area requirements, adjacency with other spaces, and the overall building configuration. The program is prepared in such a way that the planning of various spaces and functions are integrated to maximum closer proximity, which enriches the effective and easy movement and the functions. Calculation of passenger is based on the DPR of the Silver Line projects and the KMRL, means Kochi Metro Rail Limited, phase 2 extension. An investigation of as a part of architecture, the technology will be the focus of the proposed thesis research. The parametric design method will be ideal because the futuristic design constantly call for the complicated design solutions. The technical faults will be minimal because form discovery is a digital process, and many types of analysis may be checked. The areas and the surfaces most prone to radiation were identified using softwares. The buildings required controlled lighting and ventilation inside. Mechanical ventilation has been provided in the concourse area. Natural light is dependent on the efficiency by minimizing the harsh effect of radiation. The solar panels are enabled for regeneration of electricity. Each XLS has been designed based on the sun path diagram. Parametric software has been used to dictate the opening sizes and the other dimensions of these individual hexalis for maximum efficiency. There are various guidelines if you define the design as a computational process. Here, design is a preliminary influenced by process. The creation of computed shape involves several iteration of algorithmic programming. Computation was intended to be a form finding process using concrete materials rather than the software for some architects. So can you please go back to the previous slide? So after the overall program, overall design programming and design brief, I identified that the entire programming, it will be a linear programming. So it starts from one side and end to other side. Can you move to the next one? So here is the master plan. You can see the entire design, the entire massing is placed in 23.2 acres of land, which covers 39.19%, and with an FSI of 0.774. Okay, you can see that the horizontal lines, the larger platforms seems shown as the silver line platform, and the water metro connecting the lower level, and the road access is for the feeder system like bus or taxi, auto rickshaw, etc. And the topmost level is dedicated for the metro system. And all the landscaping has also incorporated with the existing land condition and the form, overall form. And in order to balancing the entire massing on the site, I have already also provided two massing, which is an amphitheater and a sculpture in the site also. Can you move to the next slide? So this is the overall massing. You can see the various levels and the programs which I have included in this design. The concourse level and the metro platform level, the silver line platforms, and the ground access like main entrance level, etc. So I can provide the section because it won't be legible. That's why I provided this exported model. So the level of detail includes the parametric facades and the mushroom composite columns, etc. Next slide, please. So this is the lower ground level, which has a total area of 554.186 square meters, which is also incorporated with the vertical core, service areas, and service ducts. Next slide. So this is the ground or the upper ground level where the feeder system and all the ground activities happening, where the public can access all the front area, and the people who are going to or taken the water metro can access the backyard of the site, and there were leisure places or leisure activities there also. And in the front yard, you can see that two circles which have some elements. On the left side, I have provided the amphitheater, and the right side, I have provided the sculpture, which balancing the massing of the entire structure. And I have provided ground level parking and disabled parkings as well, and the feeder systems are also incorporated in this level. And metro rail, so the Silver Line platform is 1 meter above the access ground level, and the water metro, it will be the 2 meter below the.
You have five
yeah.
more minutes.
Next slide. In between the ground floor and the first floor, we have the intermediate mezzanine level. So I have placed some PD area, property development area for provided some property development area, and it's covered 1907.7 square meters. Next slide. So while coming to the concourse area where the major activities are happening, I have detailed the flooring like materials and the facades, and you can see the water metro where the lowermost ground area and the mushroom columns, composite mushroom columns, and the lobby area where the people can sit together and have snacks and we can talk whatever. That's place, and you can see the hexel is actually hexel is created, and which also solar powered, like can generate electricity from the solar. Next, please. This is the topmost level, which the metro station, metro rail arrives or departure. Here we can see the vertical course and service course, service decks under the platform itself. Next slide. So the special topic I have chosen that the parametric form finding and the facade design as well. All the solar gaining and its parameters were found using softwares and with the help of softwares. And after that, I have designed the facade. The hexel is one of the facade design I have used in the project. Next one. So this is the basic coding used for the creating the facade. This will be facade is placed on the most the place on the facade where we get the most major radiation, solar radiation. Next one. These are some views of like rendered views and physical massing model and the sketches I have made throughout the process. Next one.
We have 2 more minutes to finish.
This project was mainly dependent on the software, which is enabled to seek the most accurate result. It allows the technical constraints to mandate various elements of the design, such as alignment, orientation, etc. Through this design journey, it has been made possible to experience the closest example of a real-time massive project that involves interaction with a multiple of fields. Thereby broadening the horizon of the knowledge. So the nexus within the limits of undergraduate thesis is my attempt to realizing the massive potential of multimodal transit hub and the opportunities that arises from the creating spaces that pave the way towards development even on a national level. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, 505, for the presentation. The jurors, Ujan or Aziz, you can start.
I can go first if you want to.
Yeah, Ujan, you can.
Yeah, I guess we don't know their name, is it?
No, we don't know their names.
Okay,
We have to call them as
Okay.
505 and all this.
ID number
numbers.
505.
Code numbers.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So 505. Yeah, to me, I think it is a kind of a complete kind of architectural thesis to me. and is very well done in terms of the wholesomeness of it, the process he followed, and starting from the conceptual ideas, and then ending up with high-tech sort of software used to find out this parametric things. And he has gone down to use of material, just not for elevation treatment, but to do some functional things like, or useful things like, energy saving kind of thing. So right from, circulation system of this complex transit hub. I mean, I have done few transit-oriented things. So as I look at it, I can see that he has sorted the 3-4 different kind of movements very carefully, and that's very good. Secondly, all these places becomes a what you call a gateway or an iconic place for any town, any city. And this is actually special because it connects to water, because we have metro and rail and bus everywhere, but it's the water is a new thing here. And the form and the way he has developed the form very scientifically, it's not falling into some Kerala kind of sloping roof, tile roof kind of thing, but very high-tech stuff, which really impressed me immensely. The little sketches he has, although very small, but shows the the character of such public transit places, the scale of it, and all that. If I at all have to pick up something, is that if somehow right at the entrance at the ground level, if we could have kept the vehicular movement, right now it is perfectly working, no doubt, all the geometry of it and the circles and winding of it. But if we could have kept it little out, let them walk little more, and create a more pedestrian kind of a place right in front, rather than all vehicular channels like we have in airports. You have to cross like 10 lanes to get into from one lane to other lane. That would have been interesting. Other than that, maybe I have this question, maybe I missed it. In many such places, to generate some revenue, we somehow put in some revenue generating functions like retail or some related office kind of functions, which of course not a great idea, but economy sustainability is also important. So I just wanted to ask, are there any commercial areas other than little shops or something? I mean, which can generate rents?
Yeah, of course. I have provided the PD area. You notice that the mezzanine level. So I have provided that area for the property development, which can generate the income also.
The property development, did you say that?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, of course. PD, like property development area. We can we can provide that for leasing or rental purpose.
Okay.
You want to take help of your plan?
Yeah, do you want us to share?
Of course, yeah.
DJ, just show that, no?
And while he's showing that, and I also...
Which slide do you want to go back to?
That mezzanine level floor plan.
Mezzanine level.
That one. Yep. 17.
Where is
it? This one. This area.
Okay. It's a little small, but anyway, so you have something there, but which is also good. What happens in practically the owners or the government almost insists on providing more and more and more. Sometimes you see some office tower next to it and all kind of things. Even the railway station development plans all have huge buildings just to generate money to build the station. So anyway, as a academic exercise, or whatever, you can say you go and build it somewhere else and get the money from there. Don't do it here, and making more traffic here in an already traffic prone area. So that way it's fine, keeping a little bit of it and not making even the office as the icon. Very often what happens, those revenue generating building become more important than the the station or any such thing. So from that point also, I think it's a very good scheme. So congratulations, I'm pretty happy with it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Shraddha or Aziz?
Ma'am, should I go first?
Yeah,
okay?
Sure.
Yeah. So first of all, congratulations to reaching this particular level. And I think I agree with sir. It's a well processed and thought of architectural design which has been thoroughly taken all the measurements required for a transit hub, taking into account all the loads of 3 different systems coming together. Of course, what I would have loved to see is the location. Even if I'm familiar with Kochi, I'm finding it hard to locate where it is or how it is connected to the city in that particular sense. At least it didn't come out in the presentation and I couldn't locate it in your presentation. A question for you would be, definitely you mentioned in your aim that the process of design would include exploration of different construction techniques, methods, and materials, right? Of course, there is a slide where you are taking into account different construction techniques, materials used in the interiors. But it seems like the overarching idea for you was to use the method of parametric design, right? And in this particular case, of course, it is reflected in the design in terms of your facade as a hexagon. It's reflected in the shape of the whole canopy of your building. Let's say this is basically a shell. Also at your drop-off point is something what I could see, right? My question to you is, do you think there is a relationship, or your design has explored, or there is a potential of this particular design to explore much more, the relationship between parametric design, the material and technique which is used, the circulation, the 3 transit systems which are incorporated together, the place which is Kochi, and the people, right? If there is a relationship between, and I'm specifically asking about your use of parametric design, that means what I would like to understand is, what were the parameters considered for this particular relationship?
Sir, thank you. That's a good question. First of all, I have decided like I am not following the path, like the sloping roof from the everything we can see in the Kerala style. We can see the sloping roof style. Okay. While coming to this kind of futuristic design, I have decided like I have to give something unique and specific. Like we can give an icon of the city. So while coming to designing such this kind of massive thing, this is very complicated, you know. So that I have dependent on the software itself. So we can minimize the computational issues, and the processing will be much better than while we are doing in manually. So while I placing while I deciding the circulation and all things, it won't be disturbing the overall form. But after all, we are looking to the massing. It would be looking like a new to the like the futuristic one for the location. You know what, the Kakinada is getting busy and upgrading day by day. All the investors are coming to the Kakinada area, so that this place demands such kind of things, like such kind of design. That's what I believe.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay.
Okay. Shraddha? Shraddha, you're there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think a lot of the points have been covered, but I still wanted to commend you for having taken up a subject which, in all these years that we've been looking at NYASA Thesis Awards, whenever we see a transit hub, we feel that it's, you know, just an exercise in technology. And I feel the level of analysis, the level of understanding, and the use of technology in arriving at some of the form making is very good. Having sort of said that, and I think there've been a lot of compliments. I think the analysis very well put together. Maybe you could have reduced the amount of writing in the way you presented it. It's, that sort of is, I'd rather see your drawings, which are very well done. What I felt, and what is happening is that a lot of the parametric studies that are resulting in, and the kind of form making that is resulting in, somewhere we need to follow through, that Aziz already talked about, is the appropriateness of the choice of materials. I understand that we are into creating large span structures, and steel is the obvious go-to material, but I'm just wondering whether air conditioning such large spaces is going to be the only way forward when we are building these large transit hubs. So, that question still nags me. And if that has been addressed through technology, through design, to sort of reduce the air conditioning load, I mean, I hope so, because otherwise these are, just energy guzzlers, and, we are sort of building in steel, in materials that are not suited for our climate without, adequate air conditioning. So it's something that we need to think about, the material and the appropriateness of technology when we are looking at our context. And especially during the time when we are talking of climate change and, the fact that there's so much that we are already putting up with in terms of the climate crisis. The other thing I wanted to once again say, it's a very comprehensive study. You have really been very thorough in the way you have assimilated the issues and, put it together. The 2 or 3 things that I felt I couldn't see are how this project fits into the city, and how does it contribute in placemaking when you have such a fantastic opportunity to take a project like this up. So that is one thing that that question remains, and the point of view of the pedestrian. And both in terms of how the pedestrian approaches this structure, as well as all the public spaces that are part of your idea of creating, spaces for recreation within this, how the pedestrian gets to access and partake in the in this project.
Ma'am, can you show me the slide, the views? I think the second last one.
Second last slide. 1 second. Second last. Is this the one?
No, the views. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'am, can you see the overall aerial view of the entire area, the massing where I place? Hello? Hello, ma'am?
Shraddha ma'am, can you hear him?
Sorry?
Ma'am, can you see the aerial view?
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
I can.
actually, this is place besides the smart city and info park, which are where the one of the growing, most growing and growing place in the Kerala. Most of the investors, developers were having putting their things there. So this place demands such kind of connectivity. And the Kochi Metro Rail already planned for the metro phase 2 extension to Kakanad. Kakanad is the place where the Info Park phase 2 smart city, everything has going to happen. So then the Silver Line projects also already planned their the alignment to this locality. That's what I bring all these constraints together and think about this. And can you, ma'am, can you show me the master plan? Yeah, that one. Yeah. Here we can see that the road access, that the road access, beside that we have the pedestrian access, and the priorities are provided for the pedestrian itself. And we have provided tabletop crossing for the pedestrian. And we have provided plenty of areas for the pedestrian, public and activities, etc. And vehicular movement will only disturbs while the entrance if the pedestrian needs to be crossed the road only. And the pedestrian access and the vehicular access are only from the southern side of this massif. And the northern side, we have the water access only. So we can have the access of the passenger only by either rail, water, or by road itself.
So we are over 15 minutes of the discussion.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the time.
All right.
So I think you're on mute.
Okay. So 507, Hampi Celebration of Sound, you're ready? 507, you're ready with the present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So we will then spin the wheel and take the next presenter.
Sure.
Can you help
One
us?
sec. Yes. Can we spin the wheel now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's 4.
Okay. So 4, it's AEA TAP 22521. It's AP 521. AP 521, you're there. It's called Interpretation and Research Center for Thayyam, Kannur. Are you there?
Yes.
Hello?
So yes, I'm.
The participant seems to be here, but the voice, you need to increase the volume.
Okay, I can see the number. So
Yes.
it's the research is called Interpretation and Research Center for Thayyam, Kannur.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good enough. So let's get ready for your presentation while we start with 507.
Can we share the sheets for the 507? Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Let's go to presentation mode. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My project name is Hampi, Celebration of Sound, which is located in Karnataka. So as we know, Hampi is for heritage architecture. So my idea was to rebrand the Hampi to a sound architecture. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the major tourist attraction of Hampi. It's very well known that Vidla temple is called a musical pillar. And Virupasha. Next slide. Okay, so we can see the layers of Hampi architecture actually. So the building actually very tie up with the building rocks of the Hampi and landscape. We can see the landscape and ruined characters of Hampi. And also the Hampi in the planning, Hampi actually give a place for a cultural values and for a performing area. So these are the layers I identified. Next slide, please. And also it's majorly there give a intangible value to the space actually. So these are layers actually made the Humvee architecture more evident. Next slide, please. Okay, let's find out some issues in Humvee. Like Humvee is very down footfall compared with the other heritage buildings. The main issue is that the demolition of Kitti village, which have very good footfall over the Humvee, but the demolition of Kitti Island actually down the footfall of the Humvee, and also it's a very less transportation facility and very less tourism promotion. It's very wonder that in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, most of the people don't know about Humvee. So it's a very bad situation for a tourism area. Yes, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The major Humvee tourism failure is that very long walking distance for each tourism destination, and also Humvee is very failure to coordinate the local people in this tourism, and also the heritage walk is a disconnection of heritage walk. It's also a major failure in Humvee tourism. Next slide, please. So I just studied some of the area. This area actually comes under the category of natural tourism. But some of the point they actually identify the potential and they specialize from a individual tourism product like bicycle tourism, Italy concept of tourism, food tourism. So actually, this standard of the specialized tourism sector actually improve the tourism condition and also giving a lot of chances to start a business respective to that category. Yes, please. Next slide, please. So these are the major heritage architecture sites in India. So we can see the people visitor per month. Agra and Kajor actually taking 10 lakh and 7 lakh in a month, and Ambi are only taking 6 lakh in a year. So it's a very drastically the people footfall is very less actually. So it's a but Hampi has a very good advantage over these heritage architecture sites because Hampi has lot of tourism spots. We have large area, and also the Humvees consist of a very good blessed landscape, local landscape, and also they consist of river, and it actually give a possibility of river kind of activities and those things. And also main important is the Humvee building consists of a sound property, which is like music a pillar and those things. So it's actually very unique character of Humvee. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are some of the major sound tourism. Like this building actually emits sound as echo. So actually, it's a very unique tourism destination in the world. Actually, it has a very good rate of footfall and visitors over a month. So because of the main reason they are specialized in the area, and actually many investors due to specialized categories. Yes, okay. What are the features actually? I mean, the sound character of Humvee is male and less sound pillar in the Vigilas temple, and the rocks of Humvee has a sound property. And there's a lot of sound pillars building in Humvee, and also there's a sound healer artist like under the guidance of Kali Grupa. He's a very famous sound healer artist in a Humvee, and lot of destinations and lot of elements actually indicates the Humvee is good for sound. Actually. Next slide, please. Actually, I study on the property of the Humvee rock. The rocks of Humvee has a sound property. So, for a sound like sound healing instruments, there are humming, stone, rock gong, this kind of sound instruments are actually made from Humvee rocks. So it has a potential of a sound quality in these rocks actually. So it's because of Dr. Sharda Srinivas actually studied about that. Due to the high amount of orthocalis, it has a sound property. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So my aim to redefine the Humvee is a place for sound architecture. So it includes sound spaces, instrument making, like sound instrument making areas, and sound well-being and sound education spaces. Next slide, please. Okay, these are heritage rules coming under the Humvee. And I get a point that my real aim to minimize the build-up area and to maximize the landscape and indoor outdoor areas. Next slide, please. Okay, so my first aim to select a site which want to be very near to Vidala, which is musical pillar, and also want to correct the heritage walk. So mostly the people come from like Vidala temple, so it's actually disadvantage for the heritage walk. So I select a site. It's actually going to correct the heritage walk. So the visitors can come to Hampi and walk up to 7 kilometers and they can reach Vidalas and they can exit out actually. So this kind of heritage walk is very important, but it's actually missing in Hampi. So my site selection is mainly based on to how to craft the heritage walk. Next slide, please. Okay, my site is it's in a master plan. It consists of build up area. So, but the island is not possible to build. So my site consists of different huge kind of rocks and a cedar pond. It's actually made by a king for a farmer to for a cultivation. So it's a very blessed kind of the rocks, Hampi rocks and landscape and the contour level. And so it's a catchment area. Next slide, please. So my first aim to like we want to get a feeling of celebration of sound. Hampi is for celebration of sound. So my first aim to get a sense of discovery. In the site, we are actually missing some of the Hampi heritage buildings because due to the like, due to the failure of heritage work, the lot of heritage monuments are not explored. So my first aim to if I make a planning, I want to incorporate this exiting Hampi monuments. So I get a point to a sense of discovering actually. So by the medium of sound, I'm going to discover undiscovered Hampi. So my first aim to how a building sounds actually. So building sounds is like a sensorial experience. So we can make a sound experience by touch, smell, vision. That can multi-sensory experience. Next slide, please. So sorry. Okay. Planning also based on the to make a coordination of exiting monuments of Hampi. So in some of places we actually dump out some circulation and get to explore the exiting Hampi buildings. And sorry, please. So this the planning is coming actually. So the entry from the Hampi area and there's a rocky land continue to the our building. So excavate to our building. So we actually going to circulate from the entry side and also the first place is a terrain space. So we can actually take a rest after 7 kilometers walk. I give a possibility to take a rest and reaching what they see. So it's a very important part of the space. So some areas I actually going to reduce the speed of walking. I want to control the walking speed of a visitor. So to get a better experience of Hampi. So I actually redevelop the Sida pond to a refueling like a step well. So it actually makes the visitors to get refueling and get over their tiredness. So after the road crossing, actually the celebration of sound is started. So it's actually in the clustered form. The clustered form is mainly is coming under to control the to control the space of sound actually. So we get a specified sound experience area,
You
and
have
also
5 minutes.
so I place a sonic space in the center of the planning. We can see at the entering. In some area, we get a feeling of sense of discovery and to make a kind of suspense. So we can't see a direct spaces after walking of or zigzag model or walking. Some of the rocks actually covered the some spaces, and actually after that we can see some spaces. So it's actually make a feel of sense of discovery. And sound plays in some spaces actually they actually help the visitor to find of spaces in some of the way like mostly the wayfinding is not provided in the spaces. The sound actually acts as a wayfinding, so visitors can actually involve in find out spaces and get their experience. Next slide, please. These are the site sections. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the idea comes from like we want to blend the landscape, land, rock, and contour in our building. There are a lot of spiritual space, imageability. Imageability is a very important factor. Next slide, please. So this is a conceptual render. We can see a rocks actually submerged into some of the spaces, and it has a rock. It's a rock gong actually. So we can touch and hit the sound from the rocks. So it's actually make a feeling of celebration of sound. Next slide, please. So I already talked about the sonic spaces. So it's actually replicate the Humvee mountains, and also it's very important to keep the imageability of the Humvee. We can see the minute detail of that Gobura. It's actually inspired from the Humvee Goburas and architectural details. And still, please. So it's a module that actually the pillars also inspired from the artifacts from the ancient pillars. We get the inspiration from the past and narrate to a modern way. So keeping the rawness of the texture of rocks and I keep a monochromatic materiality of the Humvee. So it actually give a imageability and character of Humvee. Next slide, please. So it's a soundbath area, and we can see the rocks actually submerged with the spaces. So it's actually give a new experience and
You have 2 more minutes.
Imageability of Humvee. Next slide, please. Okay, okay, we can also see the landscape tiling. It's actually we are taking the different sizes of Humvee rocks and sliced in a way, 90-degree way, and we just place it in the pavement. So we get a materiality of that. We get a textured feeling of Humvee. Next slide, please. And also in the planning, we actually consists of sound sale, sound instrument sales. It's in on the exit in the last area. So we actually hierarchy the instruments by the control of light. By the control of light, we actually exhibit the instruments. Display, please. This is the last area, the final area of the so this area actually incorporates the people to come and sit and to rethink what they see in Humvee, and the detail of Humvee also want to replicate from our building. So also we can see the sound cafe. It's also the tables are made of rock from the exiting rocks. So every rock I placed there, and also you can see the step. Actually, it consists of a rock and exiting rock. This slide, please. So it's a working timing. Actually, I mentioned the timing. After starting from a Humvee Mandapa, we reach here at almost 1 p.m. and it's a circulation and it's timing actually. So we get a chance to explore more. And it's last area is the Vidana musical pillar. So on the time of we get to the musical pillar, and also the Humvee the island, 6 p.m. island is going to a transition of Hippie Island and Humvee. So yeah.
You're done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, Aziz, you want to go first?
Sure, I'll do that. Yeah. So again, I think I thought it was a very good mapping exercise from your particular end, and I'm sure I can see the effort in the research of what soundscape means, right? It was a little educating for me as well to go through these particular sheets when we were going through it. A couple of things definitely which definitely point out when you're presenting as well and presents itself. One of the first thing I think I would like to congratulate you in terms of the effort of understanding the characteristics of Humvee, right? That particular sheet, what we were talking about the language of different places of Humvee. So it's not just one particular temple, what you're taking to influence your built language, but you're taking different spaces and places and what it means. Second is also you're understanding the Hampi as a walk, right? So I think that was a really interesting part and a nice consideration to be taken into account. But having said that, there were a couple of things. I think I'm not very sure about the scale of the project and its impact on the heritage sites, right? Second thing is, I'm a bit skeptical about, of course, this is a subjective view in that particular sense, but the location of this particular place, because when we are talking about the soundscape, because Hampi Museum, if I understand it correctly, is also a little further away from the main areas of the walk. Do you think there could have been not a disconnect, but a distance between your experience center, the workshop areas, and the experience of soundscape in that particular island, right? Or was it really important for both of them to be in close proximity? And finally, my question to you would be in terms of your aim, right? So you started off with the concern about the downfall in the footfall of the city, of the heritage city of Hampi, right? Now, my question to you is, was that your aim, or was your aim for the exploration of the experience of soundscape in Hampi? Because if the aim is increasing the footfall, then exploration of soundscape is just one part of increasing the footfall, right? And there are definitely other amenities and other, because you've pointed out to many things which have resulted in the downfall. So my question to you is, do you think the aim was to increase the footfall, or the aim was to explore the exploration of soundscape in the place of Hampi and its places?
So when I want to improve the visitors numbers, like footfall, and I believe it's not going to be very increase the footfall, but it add a value to the Hampi. Already Hampi has some kind of some characters, buildings, and some of characters. So I believe this building also add a value to the Hampi tourism to increase a footfall.
Okay, fair enough. So basically what you're saying is this particular experience center itself is going to help in increasing the footfall, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Shraddha or Ujan, you would like to go ahead?
Yeah, if you want, I can.
Yeah, Ujan.
Yeah, okay. Overall, I like this thesis. It is of another kind, but looking at the amount of work, very sincere, detailed work, very involved. The author almost loves his topic, and that shows. As Aziz was talking about, the problems of this area, but I really thought the idea was not to solve those problems, but to just simply make it a better place and more attractive for tourism. So I just ignored those, that whether he has solved those problems or not, perhaps they're not architecture solution available for all those. However, so just looking at that, you take appropriate place of this very important place and make it better, very sensitively, sort of intruding into it. That way, I think it's pretty good work done. If you look at the way the design evolved from very conceptual stage to slowly coming on to the final drawings, and the graphics actually are very nice. There are all kinds of graphics, small little sketches, doodles, and I like those conceptual little sketches which really builds up and explains. This is one thing I actually didn't need a presentation. I could read it. I mean, see it, what he wanted to do. And that way, when I see such things, I really feel very good. Now, one of the challenge he had is if you have to build some things, what form to give it. It always happens if you are doing an existing historic area and with a natural character of its own. So I think there are a lot of options, but the one he has chosen, I kind of like it. There could be many others, and I don't know what I would have done. But some kind of repetitive elements he has taken. It's not conflicting with the natural stones, nor does it look like modern buildings. Something in between, and they're not solid. Also, sometimes they're even the sound or air, light can go through. So all that I thought was pretty good, and that created a new sort of a language for this place, as one can see from the sketch which is on the screen. But now what I have a couple of other kind of comment is, one is from the sketch, you can see it looks little overbuilt. This sketch clearly shows how some of the things are, it's like almost a intense ghat of a, Banaras kind of a city, that you have to do a lot of things in a small area. So that is one of my comment which could have, because there is no given program that you have to fit in. You have made your own program. So maybe it's just a little overdone, as you can see in this side. Another question I had, that how did this sound thing, which is the key thing here, has informed or rather shaped these designs? I mean, when you say, is it, somewhere written sound pool, sound cafe, how does a sound cafe different than a sound pool or a normal cafe we go to? And also, when I been to there, when you talk about the sound of Hampi, it is not something which you always hear. You go and have to create it somehow and then hear it, and only at few places. So it's not like some pipe music going on and you hear Hampi sound as you're walking. So that's my kind of question. That how does finally the sound thing shape your design?
That's that point. Yes, sir. It's also here. Also, we want to go and touch, like, want to experience the sound. In some of the landscape, actually, the renders seem like very ordered, but only 32% of FR is used. And also the stone have a property of rock actually. So the visitor can touch and experience throughout the every spaces. So it actually it not seems like a conventional exhibition. It's actually touch and feel. So we get involved in the Hampi, and we get a very good understanding of Hampi. So that's why I purposefully giving some of the double-heighted spaces actually consist of sound wells. So they actually check with the help of wind. It's a very good windy area, and also most of the down area actually the visitor want to get see to get a touch with the stone and to get the sound actually. So they get a chance to explore the sound and like a touch and feel.
Okay. Last question for you. Can we build all this here in this? Is there any control for archaeological point of view or heritage?
Apart from the yes, okay. It's apart from the Hampi main core area. So in the master plan of Hampi, it's possible for it's developing area. Only the island area is not possible to build, but the rest area is possible to build.
All right. Okay. I thought so. You must have checked that out before doing a thesis. Okay. All right. That's all about it. Good work. Yeah. Congratulations.
Shraddha, you want to go ahead? Shraddha, you're there?
Yeah, I'm here. So I, having been to Hampi, and I think as architects, we are always all in awe of all the space making elements over there. And even the natural elements which have such a strong presence over there. So I am fully with you about being able to provide greater access to it. It's more than within it. I think it was it was such a journey to reach Hampi that besides the access within between the monuments, reaching Hampi itself was quite a journey from Mumbai. So I would say, yes, it would be nice if it was somewhere without changing multiple modes of transportation that one could, reach there. And therefore, bringing about awareness about its location and, making people sort of aware about the various aspects about it would hopefully bring more people there. Sometimes, of course, I'm wary about tourism because, look at what it is doing to the Himalayas. But, that's a separate matter for discussion. In terms of the subject of sound, it's a difficult subject architecturally to tackle. And I understand that those columns and the rocks in Hampi are amazing, but unless somebody approach them and somebody tells you about them in terms of how to create the sound, one wouldn't know about it. So, that part about how architecture can help in making people aware about sound sort of still remains. I was just wondering whether exploration of different materials, exploration of movement of water, exploration of movement of wind, like in wind chimes, which, just through the movement of wind, how it creates sound, whether that would have helped in some of the structures, with, like how you have the temple where the water falls onto the shivling in Joshimath. Besides the fact that, I think there's been a lot of compliments about the presentation, this beautiful graphic quality. I had questions about this aspect, whether how the particular intervention would inculcate the awareness through without anybody telling you. So that question remains. The other question that remains is, how do we address, say a hearing impaired person has come, how do we address their engagement with the place? And that is something that is, a separate matter, but I just felt that somewhere maybe the experience of the fact that there is some sound created through movement would become a flag for somebody who is accompanying a hearing impaired person. And then the other issue is also that of identity. Identity, I think that's a very tricky one in this question, in this particular project, because you're dealing with such a strong historical presence there. But I felt there was a clever way in which the material has been used, where it is fragmented and not solid, where even the form has been dissected in a sense, leaving partially open spaces, partial gaps between the form itself. I thought that were some interesting interpretations. Somewhere, I think, having been there during a very hot time of the year, the connection between the various monuments is very, very arduous. And I always wondered, we all sort of would gravitate to areas where there were trees or there was water. And somewhere I just felt that maybe instead of having a very dense concentration of a development, whether that could have been scattered so that there would be certain, every sort of monument would have a little bit of a repose, as a way to sort of stop away from the heat. Just some of these comments that I had. Thank you, but lovely set of drawings.
Thank you, Shraddha.
We
And
are,
thank you for
yeah.
the presentation also. Okay, so now before we take on the next presenter, I'll have to announce the fifth, so we don't spin the wheel. So the remaining one is Aeat P 22514. It's called Urawa, an architecture amelioration of Mallapayar Dam. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay, very
It's
good.
Mullaperiyar Dam. Yeah.
Mullaperiyar Dam. Okay. And just can you open your camera? Okay, you're there. Fine. Excellent. So that's the presentation that we'll have. Okay. 5 to 1. No? 5 to 1, you're ready?
Yes, sir, I am ready. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, my topic is Interpretation and Research Center for Theyyam. Theyyam is one of the most important cultural art form present in Kerala. Next slide, please. Next slide. It is a ritualistic art form that is commonly found in northern part of the state, especially in Kannur. And Theyyam is actually a collaborating mime, music, and dance. Theyyam unfolds the stories in the past and drags as spectators into a different world, unveiling the past and stories of ancient times. Next slide. Theyyam is one of the it is important to safeguard to the next generation, because Theyyam being one of the most important cultural form of Kerala, so it is very important to safeguard to the next generation, and thus the aim of the project is to conserve and preserve the art form of Theyyam. The Theyyam is actually, there are 400 types of Theyyam present in Kerala, and each of them consisting of whereas each of them having its own folktales and backgrounds. And next slide. In spite of popularity, Theyyam is not a financially profit art form. Due to this low income, new generation are not willing to pay to play Theyyam. So present conservation methods against the ritualistic beliefs of Theyyam is not it's totally against the ritualistic belief. Next slide. In a Theyyam, during the Theyyam performance, there are different ritualistic steps or stages are we can see in the Theyyam, and there are during the performance, each of them having varying intensity and hierarchy can be seen in the different stages of Theyyam. And during the performance, performer will go through a trance, which a man, it's more likely to a man to a transition will happen to the performer, and that is creating the total environment of the Theyyam. Next slide. And now looking into the impact of Theyyam creates in the viewers during the performance. Theyyam creates a fearful and anxious environment to the viewers. So I divided the impact, how the Theyyam is impacting on the other in the viewers. I divided these elements into various factors. The first one is the visual element of Theyyam. The first visual element I have observed is the face painting of Theyyam. Next slide. And the face painting consisting of particular repeating patterns and color palettes, also very warm color. This brings a fearful experience to the viewers. Next slide. The next visual element is the artifacts of Theyyam. The artifacts also consisting of different kind of material. And next slide. The shape and the repeating patterns, simple patterns that are repeating, creates a illusion. Anxiety is dating, and the warmth of the color is also creates an ambience in the viewers. Next slide. Next is the costume of the Theyyam. In this also, the way of next slide. This is also consisting of many repeating patterns and folds that creates a anxiety and that kind of feeling in the viewers. Next slide. And the visual elements is next in the ambience created in the environment. The way that decorate the performing area and the usage of fire during the performance creates that feeling in anxiety in the viewers. Next slide. Next. And this is the auditory element of Theyyam, and the Theyyam is performed using instruments, and some song is chanted by the persons, and the chanting of Theyyam performer creates another impact on the viewers. Next slide. I observed different scenarios of Theyyam performance, and Theyyam is mainly performing in these three kind of scenarios, and I observed the different movement patterns, and the style of audience viewing is also studied. Next slide. Theyyam is also found in different height proportions. Next slide. Next study is how the Theyyam is correlated to the nature, and I have listed some material and places that connected to Theyyam near Kannur. Next slide. And this is the design brief and area calculation done based on the background study, case study, etc. My project intervention will contain a experience center that can deliver experience of Theyyam without any Theyyam performance, because Theyyam performance is not allowed because of ritual beliefs. So Theyyam performances cannot be allowed. So the second intervention will be a research center that contain all details and documents of Theyyam. This creates a platform to research more about Theyyam. Next slide. The site is located in Kannur, Kerala. Next slide. The site is selected from 3 options using certain listed parameters, and I have selected the Kambil as the site. And next slide. Kambil is situated in Kannur, and it is situated in the banks of Valapatnam River and opposite to the Parashanikara temple. And site area is 12.6 acres. And next. And a 50-meter setback is provided due to CR zone. And next. And this is the site analysis, and I have there's a 50-meter CRC is provided due to CRC zone, and contour and drainage pattern is created, and waterlogging area is founded. And next slide. And the sections and views of the site. Next. And site is divided into public, semi-public, and private. Buildable area is found by neglecting waterlogging area and CRC setback attaching to the grid. And first image showing the next. The first image is showing the mental mapping that it designed in order to depict the fluctuations, instability, and transition through the different stages of the rituals of Theyyam. And the second mental mapping of Theyyam was then translated into proposed spaces in order to reflect the ambience and experience of Theyyam. And while applying the concept into spatially, circulation is marked when the first circulation is marked, then intensity of the experience of space applied in the order same way the rituals steps in the Theyyam, and transitions are marked. Then the next step was the transitions were marked, and the transition brings to happen in spatially by providing open areas, water codes, and variations in form, volume, and lighting. Next. These are the blocking and massing. Next. This is the master plan, and there are 2 accessibility to site, one from road and one from the river. There is an existing boat service through the Valapatnam River. So there are 2 access, and from this as the blocks are arranged according to zoning, and the first one is research center. The starting stage it is the parking, then the research center, then the experience center, then the research center, and then the accommodation. Next slide. No. This is the floor plan of research center. The journey will. This is actually I designed as a journey. This is an experience center. So the journey will start from the common node connecting to the both entrances. Depicts the stepwells seen in the Kannu. An entry of experience center through an admin leads to a narrow passage, and then suddenly to open area. And this is the first transition. We can see more transitions happening, like man to god in Theyyam, like in Theyyam performance. So I depict that into my planning and my designing. And the first transitions happens in that open area, and then that is the introduction gallery having a ordered and structured gallery leads to another open area having views to river and a large water boat and no.
You have 5 more minutes.
And water boat and particular roof forms and differ from the previous. This is actually a grand transition happening during the journey. And gallery 2 will explain detail about Theyyam and completely contrast of the planning and roof forms compared to the previous. This gallery leads to the gallery 3 contain different types of Theyyam will be Theyyam arranged in the recurring open areas leads to a grand opening area. And this after this gallery, this is the next transition I have provided. And this is the point where the visitor will experience the full view of roof forms and architectural features of my design. This leads to gallery 4 that contains preserved costumes and weapons of Theyyam. After opening area, journey will be on its ending gallery contains screening of Theyyam and all. By exiting the galleries, an open theater, a small canteen, and a souvenir shop is provided. And from there, an exterior experience is started. Next slide. This is the detail of admin area. Next. This is the detail of gallery 1, 4, and 5. Next. This is the detail of gallery 2 and 3. Next. This is the landscape detail, and landscape is designed as such a way that bring a walking trail created through the tropical plants and stormwater storage. In the way of landscape is depict the sacred groves that already sacred groves of Theyyam, and the landscape features that I have provided is the we can see the stepwells that presented in Kannur is also I have provided. And next slide. And these are the sections. These are the sections. And next slide. Next slide. Next. And these are the. This is my special topic, and this is the peculiarity of the roof. And the roof contains mainly I have created a.
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, next slide. This is the view. Next. And this is the research center, and the main concept of the research center is mental mapping. This is the mental mapping that depicting the transition of mind to God, and the steps. I have provided the steps that I follow. Next. This contains actually I designed in a way that a data collection data stored area is made as a god position, and other will be in the man position, and the hierarchy is provided in for that area, and a courtyard is a long courtyard is provided between them for a transition. Next. We can see the roof detail that provided the hierarchy and the lighting lighting to that god area, depicting the god area. Next. These are the details. Next. And this is the landscape area, and this is actually a landscape for accommodation and for research center, that consisting of reading areas, and have designed in a way like that. And next. This is the view. Next. view next. As the accommodation view this next. The accommodation view, the site service drawings, and next. Okay, thank you. This is the aerial view. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Okay, over to the jurors now. The jurors. Shraddha, you can start. Shraddha, you can start.
I can begin by saying, wow. Amazing representation of a folk form where the form of representation takes cues from the folk form. And I love the way the dance form is analyzed visually in this graphic form. It is superb. I really felt it was amazingly well done. In terms of the design, in terms of the location, in terms of site analysis, I think it is very meticulously thought of, meticulously represented, and very exhaustively addressed. I right now I'm almost speechless because I feel like the sections also look very good in the way the climatic concerns were thought of, the way the route of movement through the campus was thought of, the way the revelation of the art form architecturally has been addressed. It's quite exhaustive in the way it has been able to address a lot of concerns, from planning to understanding to putting it together. And maybe there were maybe some questions like, I didn't quite understand how these various forms came into being vis-a-vis the rest of the architecture. But I felt that it's really been done in a very comprehensive and a very thorough manner. Only one little issue that I want to tell the council or the people who are, I think we need to give a pointer to these kids, because when they are walking us through the plan, sometimes we can't always follow the train of discussion. So if you can just, give them a pointer, that I think Zoom has that facility. So that is something that would be good.
Yes, ma'am, we can give that.
I think visually also it has been a treat to see this level of sophistication in the way the design has addressed, and very pleasant, very nice set of drawings. It really feels good to see a skill set which is, taken all the way from the larger levels to, even the sketches of the art, Thayyam, and the analysis. I think it seems to have, addressed a lot of the issues very well.
Thank you, Shraddha. Aziz or Rujan, anybody would like to go ahead?
Yeah, Aziz, you can go ahead.
Aziz, you're there? Aziz?
Maybe I can take up.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree with Shraddha. It's excellent work. And what should I say? We see a lot of such projects, which are like museums or interpretation centers. They're very sort of typical thesis topics we see all these years. And this one, the way he started, in the sense, is on a dance form. So I was wondering, what would he do? I mean, how does dance inspire design, or it doesn't, or or you create a neutral kind of setup where the dance is explained in its own way by other people than the architects. But the way he explained, I keep saying he because I don't know his name. Starting from the color and the instruments used, costume, and I think from each one of them has somewhere inspired in his work. May not be directly visible, but it's there. And then the simplicity of the layout, very orthogonal, very, very contemporary. We go and see international such places. The simplicity and the orthogonality, the access, the spaces, the open space and the build, both are been designed carefully. The open spaces are not leftover spaces. It talks about open space. It talks about building together. That's appropriate. And through his views, he's explaining the architecture of it. There is a character of this architecture which is very institutional, very, very museum type, kind of neutral color scheme and architectural thing. It's simple, modern. So I like that. And the forms are I think it reflects to a certain extent the complexity of the dance form and its various attributes. And he starts with a stepped well, which is local, and we see Dosi's Gufa kind of areas also, and we see Khan's sections for museum, bringing in light from above. So I think it is sort of, I'm sure he has done case studies and learned from there and carefully put together. The landscape is pretty carefully done. A lot has been done, and one can actually present in 15 minutes, and he's done a good job of it. I really don't have any sort of negative point about it, but I have a question just to learn. You mentioned that the performance is not allowed anywhere. I mean, what does that mean?
So the ritualistic belief that the Theyyam cannot be performed instead of in temples. Theyyam is a ritualistic art form, so it cannot be performed other than any temple. So we cannot perform like casually.
I got it. You can't go to the auditorium and perform and people come and see it. It has to be done ritualistically in a temple, and as it was done all these years, it continues like that. So so you can't just make a stage here and perform every evening and people come and see it. Okay, that's even more challenging then. That how you represent it. It's good to see that. I mean, you haven't kind of filled up the areas with these colorful figures of dance forms, even if there would be. Good. I will end at that.
I had one more question. I know that this is a dance form that is practiced and done only by male dancers. So I was wondering that whether any attribute to gender parity has been thought of in this experience center.
Sorry, Shraddha.
I'm just asking, there's no harm.
I know.
No harm in bringing up a question where,
Sure. Bolo, you have an answer to that?
Actually, this is not females. Theyyams is also there. And there are different types. I already told that 400 types of Theyyam are present in Kerala. And there are female Theyyams also there.
There are, is it?
Yes.
Oh, then so, right?
But the famous Theyyam are the male deities. So this is more related to the Kantara film, that we can see the Kantara film. There's a film based on this art form called Kantara.
Okay.
It is in English or in Malayalam, or it doesn't matter?
I think it's Kannada.
Kannada. Okay.
Kannada.
Okay. Okay, Aziz, you're there now? Aziz is having some technical problems.
Must be. Yeah. You have called to him.
Can I?
Can we call Aziz? Actually, I
We'll
don't.
try to call him.
Yeah, I don't have his number.
I will call.
Yeah. Just see
Don't
whether he's having some problems. We'll wait. We'll wait for Aziz.
We'll wait for you. Yeah, we will wait for you.
Aziz is here. Aziz, you want to now comment on the...
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, perfect. Sorry for the glitch.
No problem, no problem.
I think ma'am and sir have explained the excitement about this particular project, and I'm sure you are getting the design aspect which has come in, the process which has come in, and the presentation which has come in, and the value of taking certain processes in thesis and conveying it across to the jurors. I think that is remarkable, and you can see it through the excitement of the jurors. Also, for me, it was personally exciting to see the skills. I'm sure these particular sketches and derivations of the illustrations is come from you itself. And it's nice to see that there's an amalgamation of your other skills as designers, because as architects, we tend to look at the architectural design build, but here it's an amalgamation of your other skills and design coming together. And that's what makes you and your design special in this particular case. And the interpretation of the Thayam transform into understanding of spaces. I think there's this one diagram where you're showing the explanation of performance through space and understanding of the space, the three typologies, what you were talking about. I think that is the key of what you as an architect can bring on the table and what makes you unique to the others. Having said that, I'm just being nitpicky here, and it's a discussion as well, and I'll wrap it up fast as well. Because we are talking about the awareness of the performance, and that was the aim, right? That let's get this particular performance which has not been getting the attention. Do you think the architectural solution of experience, because that is one of the things what you explained in your aim as well, that because you can't be performing in front of the people and others can experience it, you're trying to do that performance and representing it in your design and your build form. Do you think architectural build form, and this is the core of your thesis as well, but do you think architectural build form was the solution, or do you think the Kantara film which is there, right? Or getting some influencer into picture, right? Or basically having this particular art form explained in a podcast, or I think 9 Lives is the book which explains this particular art form as well, right? Do you think architecture and built form has a place in the society to explain different informations which the world provides and the culture provides.
So, can you say once more?
So what I'm trying to say is, do you think architecture and space experiencing still has a ground in the world of Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, movies? And do you think basically it's also the question, where do people come to the museum to see the object? Because here there's no object, right? Because there's no art form you're seeing. It's an experience what you're seeing, right? In today's world, in contemporary times, do you think architecture, spaces, and design still hold a ground in conveying information?
Yes, have implemented something on this my design also, because I have also have added some 1:1 sculptures of them, and when only added a 1:1 sculpture, we cannot get the complete feel of that theme or what is particular thing. So I have added some using lights and some roof forms and volume. I have created that feeling. So that's the way I mean it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Okay. And with that, we will move on to the last presentation before lunch. And what we will do is, just be breaking for lunch, we will take the next spinning wheel to see who is the next presenter. So we will go to the last presentation before lunch now. So 514, you're ready now? 514?
I'm ready.
Okay. Can we have the presentation?
Sharing.
Okay.
So I'm starting. Okay.
Yeah.
Urava, an architectural amelioration of Mullaperiyar Dam. Imagine that the near future there is no source of power that produces electricity. How will we continue our journey with the available resource? What if we could integrate numerous functions into a centralized infrastructure? What if simplify architecture solution can be eliminate rigid barriers? This project acts as a prototype as well as an alternative way to potentially use a dig which is located in a highly eco-sensitive zone of Kerala state. The project is a self-sufficient prototype, breathing hydrological infrastructure around its habitat, which also focusing on minimizing the effects on the wildlife and nature. The project also offers a new typology in hydrology infrastructure. Project Urava is proposed in a way that architecture plus ecology equal to archaeology, which may help alter the common people perception of essential infrastructure and reduce many of the negative consequences associated with the usual dam. Management of Mullaperiyar Dam and its current state of functionality also clear the flash flood that occurring in Kerala and reduce the water crisis of the neighboring state of Tamil Nadu. Together with the integration of ecology and infrastructure can enhance the tourist potential of Mullaperiyar. Project Urava will be a role model for both future and present dam construction. This kind of mega structures are only of functional and aesthetic to very little extent. But what if it can perform multiple economy and social activity like creating new ways and opportunity from these huge concrete barriers? Next slide. This slide. This dam in Kerala there are 81 dams, and in that electricity board have 59 dams which have 45 reservoirs. So as per the study, previous slide please. As per the study, the Kerala government is very in 81 dams, only 41 dams are used for tourism. Other dams are mostly used for power generation and irrigation. The reservoir having more potential than the current state in tourism. Next slide. So the scope of the project is due to current heat and global warming, dams are essential for the future domestic use, irrigation purpose, agriculture purpose, and also for the industrial use. So dam plays a vital role in the economy and social structures of the Kerala. For the future, dam should be structurally strong, properly planned for the tourism and other associated infrastructure. Also need to showcase the maximum potential of the dam. And the major aim of the project is increasing the productivity of dam by adventure and ecotourism and social interest, revitalizing on the tribal group of Malan, Palyar and Urali tribal community over there, and conceiving the wildlife wealth of Periyar Tiger Reserve, is biodiversity conservation area, and the previous slide please. And the history showcasing the dam history of Mullaperiyar, which has a huge history of Mullaperiyar and the awareness lack of proper knowledge about the dam and hydrology infrastructure. Next slide, please. And we are talking about the Mullaperiyar. The dam are the also called as because the dam is located after the confluence of Mullaperiyar and Periyar River. So the Periyar Tiger Reserve covers the area inclusive of around an artificial lake created by like 1,200 square feet long. So yeah, this dam is built by the British government in 1887. And now it is 100 years old now. And the dam is constructed by Surki. And it's a gravitational dam. And the water is going to take it through Vaigai River in Tamil Nadu. So on the flood time, the dam, Mullaperiyar Dam is open and the water is going to Kerala and making such flood and some like all those stuff. Next slide. This is my live case study project. Bakra Nangal. In this project, Lake Opus suggested a like breathing infrastructure program in Bakra Nangal. It's in Punjab. So in this project, it's a vision of Lake Opus to do like dam planning a city which has dam has a heart of the major plan strategy. So this project inspired me a lot about this like my project. Next slide. This is the new Mullaperiyar Dam proposal. It is from 300 meters from the existing dam, which is constructed by Surki. The new dam is proposed by the Kerala government and just outside the area leased by Tamil Nadu for 1999 years. And if the dam bursts, like why this dam is a question. Why if the flash flood is will reach Idiki Reservoir in 45 minutes, washing anyway parts of the 4 Grama Panchayat and small towns in. So it's like a water bomb for the Kerala peoples. So we need a dam in front of the existing dam. Next slide. This is the newspaper report about this project, and this is a live project going to be rebuild the new Mullaperiyar. That's the next project. Next slide. I am quoting this word of I have get interview with the Joseph Abraham Saris from Kottayam. He is like a mentor for me for the doing this project. He molecular assistant engineer in Mullaperiyar Dam on previous years. He told me like he strongly think that due to the has to be built consider the condition of existing dam and the water scarcity facing by the neighboring state Tamil Nadu by keeping the fact that it has to be more efficient in its functionality. And Advocate Russell Joe, he is the legal advisor of the Mullaperiyar Dam. And by his statement, decommissioning of Mullaperiyar Dam should have done year ago, but it's still a firecracker to state because of the failure in whole authority and the system we follow. It has to be taken more seriously. And coming to Santosh Jogai, he is the tourist from Kerala, and he is the part-time expert member of Kerala State Planning Board. Criticizing, he is talking me about the tourism in Kerala. Criticizing Kerala tourism having no focus in, I clearly thanks that we need to redesign Kerala tourism with the unique products of Kerala and lot of them. And last is Mohammed Riaz, it's a tourism minister. he is supporting, like I just talked with them, and he is supporting the project like this. Like we have so many dams, and he is suggesting like we can do some touristing investment in this like dam. Next slide. This is the Bakra Nangal Dam. Before I studied how the structural plan was, like what are the spaces are in dam. This is the graph shown like in the side of the slide. Next slide. This is Hoover Dam. It's also an literature case study. Literature case study. Hello, the screen is blank. Hello. Other slides. Hello, other slide after 11.
We have only this much slide. 1 second. This is the last slide, is it?
No, it's have 46 slides.
There are no slides here. You can see.
No.
1 second. We actually we uploaded all. Let us cross check 1 second.
Yeah. Just do that, and please stop the time also.
Yeah, time we have stopping.
Yeah. Please.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is this PPT showing is from the CD we have sent?
Yeah.
Will you please close it?
So it will be always from the CDs which you have sent. It can't be from any other source.
In fact, this is the last slide. There are only 10 slides that we have received.
Have you checked it again?
Yes, in the email that we
Okay.
have received.
Okay.
Show it from the CD. I think compressing.
Have you received a CD also?
No, only the link to the drive in which this was uploaded. And that this is Hoover Dam. This slide is the last one.
It has my design. All those things have become. Ma'am, is it possible to? Can I share it?
No,
That's
you can't.
not
That would be
allowed.
unfair for
Yeah.
others. You can't share something which, like, if whatever you have submitted is whatever you have submitted actually.
Ma'am, is it possible to cross check with the CD PPT?
For us from here, it's not possible. We have only the drive link, in which this drawings are uploaded.
Ma'am, if
Yeah,
possible,
1 second.
will you show the sheets?
Anirudh,
Yeah,
sir,
what?
if you can.
No, you can show them the drive link, what he has sent and what he has. Otherwise, not more than that. Nothing more than. So there are 10 sheets clearly. You can see the drive link.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to.
I mean, is it possible to show the sheets?
Not your sheets anymore.
This is all uploaded in the drive for the presentation.
Do you have any more attached presentation in this? Can you check it once more? Presenter, can you check it? Do you have anything more?
Yes, sir. This is the only one in this particular code number.
So that's what you will be allowed, huh? Because it would be unfair for others. You please realize that we have not done it in any other zone, nothing. Nowhere have we allowed. Otherwise, people can do more work and say that we will share work. So that's not been allowed. So it's very unfair to others.
Okay.
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 Jayashree ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am, should we check it again and give another time slot for him, if there is anything? Because whatever we have received is this. But in case there are more drawings or attachments.
Hello, what are the other things he has sent? Hello.
All other things are the other documents from COA. This is the only one. These 10 slides are the only one uploaded in the drive.
Okay. No, but you were saying you will check other material.
Maybe with Jayashree ma'am when she is back.
It's all in the CD, ma'am. The PPT.
Has he's saying that there is a CD
that is going to the COA.
Okay.
We don't get it.
I see. Whatever has been sent to the center is this.
Yes.
Okay. Fine enough. Let me just talk to Jayashree. Okay. So I had a discussion with Jayashree just now. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So see, this is what he has uploaded. Okay. So whatever is uploaded. Okay. There cannot be any other presentations which can be seen. And the CD has actually gone for publishing. It's not a CD for at all for presentation. So that's a separate thing which has gone to the COATRC. But this is what he has uploaded. So this is what I got from Jayashree. So unfortunately, we will have to take the comments if we have any comments from there itself.
If I may, can I speak for a minute? Am I audible?
You can. Yeah, you're audible. Jayashree audible.
As I understand from your call, Anirudh, This boy has submitted something else in the CD, but that is not expected. It is expected that the submission is uniform across all forums that he does. So if he has uploaded a presentation, it is expected to be the complete presentation. And that is what is being shared. The link of that presentation is shared with the host college, and they have downloaded that and presented it now. Like you rightly said, the CD is used for publication purposes. So that content we are not going to be showing here now. So he or she, I am not aware of who it is.
It's a he, as I understand.
He has to refer to whatever he has uploaded as a presentation. Okay.
Okay.
So we have put it on hold when he had 8 minutes more, 7 minutes more.
So,
So should we continue with the presentation?
So I'll first ask him whether he wants to continue. Okay, as a presenter, what would you like to do?
I don't have any idea what want to do.
No.
Right.
You carry on. You carry on.
It's gone like this. It has a huge project, which we can more than hydrology, energy redevelopment. We can.
Can you show the presentation? Come to the last slide. College.
1 sec.
Can you speak and explain?
He has done till the 10th slide. He has actually explained till the 10th slide. So 10th slide is where he stopped, which is this slide, correct? 514 or this, was that the number?
514.
514. Yeah. So he has explained till the 10th slide.
Anirudh, of course, he will take the call, but you and me know that this is just the tip of his presentation, I'm sure. If it is a thesis, just the beginning, he hasn't even reached, I think, actual analysis and all that. It's just introductions he has completed. So for whatever goof up, I don't know where it happened, and so I mean, you're asking him if he wants to speak something more. What would he speak? I don't know.
So I have what I will tell what I done. So as per the site analysis, the dam is facing the western side of Kerala, like west facing. So harsh sunlight is on the major facade area. It's not in the PPT right now. So what I done is in this Mullaperia area is the we can found the high deposition of algae content over there. Like what I done as a on my facade is like culturing algae from it's a material that I am taken from the on-site. The culturing algae in the facade, then it is changed to the biomass and biofuel and making as another energy resource. Also, this is the major special topic I was done. And for the safety and concern of the dam, I have done it's on 2 layers. For the I am done this project almost like a vertical zoning project. So the private area is done in the lower area and the public area is come in the upper floors of the dam. So that's why, unfortunately, the diagrams are not in the PPT. That's why I'm unable to present the further slides. This is what I done, and adding so many adventure and ecotourism, adding fish ladder and all those things, which connecting ecology and the infrastructure from the lower water level and upper water level, fish ladder and all those things. I mean, so many. That's it, sir.
Yeah. The jurors, you all want to respond?
Is it okay?
I mean, I guess it will not be fair. I think,
Yeah,
you know, to
yeah.
follow some rules because it's, you know, in a
Yeah.
way incomplete. There are
Yeah.
some mistakes somewhere, one is very sure, but it's unfortunate.
Okay.
Can't help it.
Okay.
Technical
Okay.
problem.
Just let me talk to Jayashree once more before I like.
Just one suggestion, Anirudh,
Yeah.
which is that maybe he doesn't get into the competitive group of students, but to get feedback from us, maybe if he could be allowed to
So let
present.
me talk to Jayashree.
This is just a
Yeah, let me talk to Jayashree. What does it mean and what does it actually the impact? How does it impact other students is the problem.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
so worried about like so. So I'll just take a call on that and talk to Jayashree before I. Okay, just now I had a talk with Jayashree. So according to the rules and everything, so the thing is what we will have to do, it will be considered an incomplete presentation. Okay, for whatever reasons it is. Okay, and what we have to do then next is go to a standby presentation. So that's what it would be.
Yeah, I'm here, Anirudh. I would also like to add to whatever you've said. You're right. We should go to the standby for a couple of reasons. One is that he would have reached this stage because his sheets must have been good and he has scored well. So he is actually good enough to present here, but the presentation was not taken seriously possibly. And we don't have the complete presentation, which was to be submitted within a deadline. So if we allow this student to go ahead, it will be probably injustice to somebody else who has done a complete presentation and who is already in the standby list. So I think that we offer that chance to the first person. If we have already exhausted all the 5 on the main list,
Yeah, well,
we
exhausted
allow
all the 5.
All the 5. Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, I think we should go over to the standby number 1. And the second thing is, we must also understand that we would be publishing the work of the students who present a project here. So in that case, once again, the standby, whoever it is, would have lost that chance to publish and present, no? So it becomes unfair to somebody else to give an incomplete entry, the full, what should I say, rights or whatever.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
So I
Thank
think
you.
that we should go back and allow
Thank
the
you.
next.
Sorry, 514. I'm very sorry for that. But well, that's what.
It's okay.
Yeah, because you realize that there are your colleagues for whom we have to be fair also towards.
Yeah.
So I hope you realize that.
Yes,
okay. Okay.
So
Thank you for your presentation. So we will take the next one, next standby. Okay.
The standby in architecture in this section.
In this section. So it's AEATA AP22501.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll be
It's called-
sharing it soon.
No, wait. You can't share
One
it now. You will have to actually give time. Just wait.
Okay.
Susegard, a place of culture. It's called Susegard, a place of culture. So 501, are you there?
See 501, unfortunately.
501, are you there?
AP22501 is not logged in.
AP501, not there?
Shall we contact the participant? We'll contact and
No,
let
no.
you know.
No.
No
you
need?
can't.
No.
No need.
Okay. Yeah.
No need
We
to
have
contact.
already
We have
informed
already
them.
had that.
We logged in.
Otherwise, we'll move to the next standby, standby
Second
2.
standby. Right.
Okay.
Next
Okay.
standby.
So the next standby is AEA TAP, that is AP22511.
511.
Standby
Oh,
2, it's
God.
called Awakening Hyderabad on a bridge. Okay. At the Dar Us Shifa. Are you there?
No. 510 is there and 512 is there, but I don't see 511. That's really sad.
That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Okay, so then Jayashree, then we come to the end of this section.
Yes.
Okay.
But we have to spin the wheel.
We have to now spin the wheel for the next section, that is in social concerns. Okay. And so can we spin the wheel?
1 sec. We are getting ready. 1 sec.
Yeah.
Shall we spin the wheel?
Yeah, now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. No?
Yes.
Five
it is. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the social concern. Okay. So it's called AEA TSC 22540. ICA being one. Negotiation between city and the forest. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. So we will have your presentation, but we will have your presentation after lunch. Okay. So we will give you, we will break for maybe 35 to 40 minutes. I'll talk to the jurors. We will break for that time and then we meet for lunch. Jurors, like, would it be okay if we meet for after lunch? That is at 2:15. Would that be okay?
Sure, sounds good.
Sure, 2:15. Okay, so 2:15 we will have your presentation. Okay, that section will.
It's 2 o'clock.
2:15 is too
sorry.
Already
No,
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
So let's make it 2:30. So make it 2:30. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So we actually we lost a lot of time. So we'll make it 2:30.
Yeah.
2:30. Okay. Done.
Should we leave or?
No, you might not leave. You can keep this thing muted. That's good enough. You might not leave. Just you can head.
No, I see AP501 logged in just now in the waiting room.
What do we do? That's not something after announcing you can't come in like that, no? Jayashree?
Yeah, sorry. We waited actually and we closed and we took the next person. Now we can't go back.
No,
Sorry.
ठीक है, done. Done. Okay, we break for lunch.
Good afternoon, Aziz ji.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ujanda. I think we'll wait a couple of minutes. I think you're muted, sir.
I said we cannot start. Somebody else will start.
Yeah. We'll wait for Shraddha ji.
Yeah, that was unfortunate that, even the standbys were not there.
Yes.
Those two standbys were actually good, So I would have loved to see to come into the competition, one of them.
Good afternoon, Shraddha ji.
Good afternoon, Rama. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Nice to connect after a long time.
I know, such a long time. Nice to see Ujan after, I don't know how many years. When did we last meet, Ujan?
We met when you were teaching at Kamala Reja. I came with students from urban design. At that time only. That is in your first, earlier stint, not even the second one. Earlier.
But we also met in one of the Nyasa juries.
Could be. Yeah.
I think in Chennai.
Acha, was that?
Mm.
Okay, that time it was Nyasa, right? Yes.
This time we are in Chennai again.
Yes.
For the nationals.
We've been to Chennai a few times, no, Rama?
Yes. Lots of colleges there are keen to host.
Chennai, we had gone, I don't know, were you there? When I went, it was like outside Chennai, some college, you drive, and then.
Yes, it was a new college. And I remember that they gave us a fantastic meal at the trustees' home.
Yeah. It was those minority, some college hota hai na, Muslim community.
Mohammed Satak, I think, yeah.
Then at the evening, we had to go to the sari shop. That was and that's the other side in the middle of the city.
But that was where we lived, so that was okay.
Yeah. Right.
But it was quite a commute, yes.
It was many times happens, once she asked me, would you like to go to Calcutta? Well, yes, I don't mind. And I went to Calcutta, but actually the college was somewhere outside Calcutta, and you keep driving and don't see anything of Calcutta. And you come back at 9 o'clock at night, directly go to hotel and sleep.
Yeah, I think all the trips that all the juries we've been on, I don't remember seeing any bit of the city because we just whizzed in and whizzed out. We were only in the college looking at the drawings. Even Uti, who was with us, Rama?
Uti and all, they don't call me to the nice places, I think.
But see, that is what I'm trying to tell you, that I don't remember seeing anything of Uti at all, because we were inside the college for 2 days. So we haven't seen a bit of Uti.
But the thing is, wherever we go, we have lovely food and lovely hosts.
Yeah. We had gone to one temple town. I forget which one was that. And
We went
one of the
Kannur.
no, I didn't go there.
No, Kollam.
We have been to
Kollam. Yeah. Kollam, were you there? No, you were not with us.
No. I only met you once, I think, in one of those.
Yeah. We went to Kollam, but
Thrissur also.
Sorry?
Could be Thrissur also.
Thrissur I went. It's confusing.
Many years back.
In one, I met a student whom I taught he was teaching He was adamant that tomorrow morning you must have breakfast. I said, you are starting at 9 o'clock here. How can I have breakfast at your place? So I took all the 2 other jury members, went for a 7 o'clock elaborate South Indian breakfast. And those days you had to, it was nice that you speak. Jury members were asked by the college to speak to the students in the evening, which are kind of nice, interactive, and useful for the students and teachers. Now it's online, nothing happens. Anyway, I think let's get started.
Please.
So I think we have AEATSC 22540 lined up.
Yes.
Before that, we may have to spin the wheel for the next participant, right?
Yes.
Can we do that?
Please.
It's number 2.
Wonderful. Number 2, that is AEATSC 22518. Please respond. 22518. I can see you on screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful.
22518. Can you switch on the video and come for a while? Participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. So yours will be the second presentation of the post-lunch session.
Ma'am, if it's possible, can I have the access to the pointer?
Access to the pointer. 1 sec, please. Below the pointer. 1 sec. Sorry about it. 1 second, we are trying to get it. അതൊന്ന് switch on ചെയ്ത്. Participant, can the participant try to see whether the marker option is there? Annotate. Go to annotate on top. View options.
Ma'am, I got that option. Like in
Can
my
you see?
mouse moving. Or
Is it possible for you to do that?
Actually, I got that option.
Huh.
Trying to, and this is option called mouse. So right now, hovering my cursor off the screen. So can you?
Or should we go ahead without it for now?
Okay.
So whose cursor is this, which is on the 15 minutes time?
Somebody drew on it.
Huh. Where?
Somebody drew a pink line. It must be him only.
Okay. Okay. I think the annotate that facility is working. Can we just see? Can you start anyway, and we'll see whether it is working.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll start the timer on from now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, COA, for this opportunity. Initially, my undergraduate thesis was an attempt to bring together my 5 years of learning and the perspective that I gained with it into a project. But in fact, this project has taught me more and made me realize that there are more to learn and explore. And this project and the process asked me certain fundamental questions, which made myself think as an architect and also as a human being. Next. Can you move? Okay. So let me start off by putting forward this perspective. Architecture that anticipates and envisions a future where built people and nature learn to coexist. A perspective that has been there for ages, yet even today we are struggling to find ways to bring this ideal into a reality. Next. So let me take this opportunity to share with you my experience of looking at this scenario through this perspective, and for which I'm taking you to the city of Kochi. Next. Yeah. Yes, fine. Yeah. Once more. Next. Yeah, next. Okay. So as you can see, the city is a very dense urban context, and inside it, there is a green patch that you have seen the last slide, which is called the lung of the city, which is the Mangalavanam Bird Sanctuary. It is a rare urban forest, and due to its prime location, people are trying to grab a piece of this land. But what caught my eye is this line in between the forest and the city. So what happens in between? Yeah. So here you can see that on one side there is the city that is dense and suffocated and that is trying to find a place to breathe, and on the other side there's this forest which is trying to protect its boundary. So both sounds very can I move? Yeah. Both sounds in need, but the question here is who is right? Next. So why do we have these boundaries? Why do these boundaries exist? Or do we really need these boundaries? The ecosystem exists in a balance, and being architects, we continue to disturb this. But can we learn not to disrupt this balance? Is there a way to converge, to find a way to negotiate between the two? And for which one need to look at what the city need and listen to the stories that the forest is trying to tell. Next. Okay. Initially, I did a study on the city to identify what the city is really in need of. And I'll just rush through some of the important aspects that I've looked into. Next. 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 Okay. Yeah, fine. Now, can you move back? Okay, fine. So based on the study, there were three major concerns that were identified. One, there's a need for a public space for people to congregate and come together, which is not a mall and a completely air-conditioned space. A place to connect with the nature, because the current the scenario of Kochi city is very poor when it comes in terms of the relationship between the built and the unbuilt spaces. And also it is critically in need for a sewage treatment service. Kochi has got numerous canal systems. But even though the sewage services in Kochi is very poor, mostly because Kochi is a very low-lying area and then it's very dense. There are people are protesting against coming up of new sewage treatment facilities, etc. Next. Next. Okay, fine. These functions are normally separated in the city, but to envision a program that integrates the three would be an interesting attempt in this process of finding a negotiation between the forest. So next. Okay, considering these concerns, the project brief is developed, which responds to 5 layers. A place for people to connect and congregate. I'm so sorry for the poor quality of the image. Next. Sewage treatment facility that redefines this idea of itself. Next. Wetland construction that rejuvenates the site. Next. A gateway to the Mangalavanam sanctuary. Next. And responding to the economic potentials, because these places, as I said, people are looking into this site because it has got huge economic potential. So even completely ignoring the fact is not a really good idea as well. Okay, next. Yeah, fine. No, move back. Okay, so the design process tried to look at architecture as a negotiator, responding to its context, the nature, and to the users. Next. Okay. The site is located at the end of Marine Drive walkway, with the walkway and the Kochi Kyle to the west, Mangalavanam to the south, the Goshri Bridge and the Queen's Walkway to the north. Next. Okay, the site lies between 2 of Kochi's most visited recreation spines, the Marine Drive Walkway and the Queen's Walkway. But these spines are currently disconnected, and the site, as it's lying between, has got a potential to connect 2 of the Kochi's important recreation spines. Next. Sorry, move back. Okay, fine. Recreation spines and this connection is envisioned as a green belt that continues the character of the 2 walkway. I mean, there's this relationship between the edge and with the water, so that can be continued throughout this whole journey. And there's an existing canal that flows along the side of the site, and this canal could be developed into the green belt, which helps in that process of continuing that emotion or connection with the water. Next. Okay. Another aspect that was identified is that the Marine Drive walkway has got 2 ends. I mean, there's this northern end of the Marine Drive and this southern end. What I've noticed on site is that the northern end is more is less active compared to the southern side. Next. Okay. No, back. Sorry. So the reason is that towards the south there are more multi-use programs with the base, which is more of a public space, and and towards the north they're mostly residential. So what happens is that so because of that the northern end is less active compared to the southern. Next. Yeah, this is the condition. Next. Okay. Another aspect that was identified is that the site is actually a void to the Marine Drive skyline. Next. As you can see, this is the void that was talking about. So this Marine Drive skyline is a very important and one of the prominent aspects of Kochi, and this site is actually has got huge role in this skyline, and also it also acts as a point, an anchor point, which can bring in people from the southern end of the Marine Drive into the north. Next. Yeah. Okay, so and also another aspect is that the Mangalavanam Bird Sanctuary, it's a rare urban forest which is located at the end of Marine Drive, and this forest is buffered by the Mangalavanam eco-sensitive zone, which is decided by the authorities. Yet there are large-scale projects coming up due to the site's location and its huge economic potential. So, trying to respond to the ecology of the site and trying to understand the species and the ecosystem of the site is very important as well. Next. So based on this study, I have come to a master plan, okay, fine. So this actually, yeah, so you can see that the Marine Drive walkway is to the
You've got 5 more minutes.
Okay, fine. To the okay. So okay, fine. I have provided a multi-use high-rise building towards the Kochi Kyle area, which brings people from the south, and which is envisioned as a public kind of a space at the lower level, and from there people can connect to the other side of the site through the bridge under the bridge, which is located over the canal that flows through the along the side of the site, and through in a way we can actually take people from one end to the other without even crossing the 4-lane road, which is the Abraham Madamichael Road. And the other part of the site is where the public park and the functions are zoned in. So this place is like is the middle ground for this negotiation to happen, and the building is envisioned is interpreted as a boundary itself, but this boundary, instead of segregating the forest and the city, it in a way it acts as a membrane which is very permeable, and it brings the forest and the city together. And yeah, next. Okay, next. So this negotiation is achieved through an intervention, next, which is very porous, which by freeing up the ground space, and I mean, like, yeah, in a way, it is. So yeah, next. And the outcome of this intervention is that through a series of stages, we are trying to provide a ground and time for the people and the nature to learn to coexist. Next. And the outcome of which, or the effect of which, is that the boundaries of the Mangalavanam gradually starts to blur. Next. So for which I really had to understand what the ground is. So it's a wetland, and it has been constantly transforming. Next. Next. Okay, so I tried to understand the ground, and yeah, next. And based on which I tried to superimpose all these layers to come up to identify a system which tries to balance out the functional requirements and the ecological aspects. Next. Yeah, and here the edges were very important. So the edge between the built and the unbuilt spaces were done in such a way that it responds for, like, as you can see in this one example. Next. Next. I'll skip to the last part. Yeah. Next. Yeah, thanks. So this is the final outcome. So as I said, I hope you can see my cursor. So from the Marine Drive edge, people comes through this multi-rise building through the ground floor, and by crossing the through the bridge, underneath the bridge, people get to the other side of the site, which is where the project is. And first place where they enter into is a plaza kind of a place where events can happen, where food kiosks can be put up. So that is like a transition space at first, and from there they'll move to a set of commercial shops which are more of a public kind of functions. And then towards the next stage, there is this co-working spaces and the library, which need to be a very semi-private, semi-public kind of a space. And after that is towards the center or the heart of the site is where I've zoned the sewage treatment plant, and it was done deliberately such that it is placed in a strategic point where two of the major movement spines overlap, and so so that people get to pass through this sewage treatment plant, they'll be they'll be confused as to what is happening there. And so,
Yeah. Dear participant, your time is up. Are there more sheets? This is the last sheet, right? Last slide. Okay. Is there any? That's the last sheet.
No, that was the last sheet.
Okay. Rema ma'am.
Or to Ujanga.
Okay. You see, it's so exciting to see all these, but still can't understand. So many drawings, very nice drawings. The one on the screen right now, look at this section, but all these are, I can't figure out, but they are like abstractions, they're not, I don't know where they're taken from. This lower section with that shape, which is very interesting, but in the actual design, you had some, if you can go back, first, kindly for all of us, please show your site again and where all these buildings are coming, where is the open space, where are you blurring the boundary, not even here. Go to one of the early drawings where the open space is shown, the water is shown. Yeah, aerial drawing, show a site plan or something. Sorry about that, but I just even see how complex this. I can't understand this. This building has been taken up, isn't it? From the ground up, right? And the other two buildings haven't been taken up. The multi-stories on the right side, the triangular ones.
Just to show that, I wanted to show how the ground is and how the.
Yeah, I got it, but it gets too because the building forms are so interesting. I just feel like seeing them, the spaces, and they look very designed kind of buildings, but there's not enough drawings to explain to them, them, But please go back to a drawing. I still don't know where is the forest and where are these buildings.
Can you try to annotate? Participant, can you try to annotate?
Ma'am, can you go to
view options on top, view options, and then there is an option to annotate.
Sir, should I show it in this drawing or the last?
No, just go to an early site plan here where this green and blue are shown. Sorry, can you go back wherever the forest is shown? My God, it's not there.
Can you just escape and then?
Which slide is it?
Just.
I want to see this. This is abstraction. You can't make out from here.
Can you scroll up?
Scroll up.
A bit more.
No.
Maybe a 15th slide. Yeah, that is enough. Okay, so so this is where the forest is, and this green sorry. Next. Yeah, fine. Okay. So this is where the forest is, and this green shaded area is the Manglavanam eco-sensitive zone, and this is where my site is. So this is where the that elevated the park and the elevated space are, and where the high-rise buildings.
And the main water body is to the left, isn't it?
Yeah, water body. Yeah.
The main water of Kochi.
Yeah, it's Kochi Kyle, yeah.
So you are not going into the forested area in any way?
No, actually, the site is right next to the forest. So, so I'm trying to design something so that the forest can extend into my site, and yeah.
Okay, so anyway, I had started commenting with asking this very basic question that where is the site? So obviously you haven't gone into the forest, which you can't, I guess. But you have made it a kind of a positive open space rather than a walled up open space, a positive open space for the new development you are creating around it, right?
Yes.
Where you mark that area. Okay, that's clear.
Yeah, ma'am, can you go to the last slide, please?
Yeah, I guess that would be nice.
It will be best if you can escape and then. Okay.
Yeah. This is the one, isn't it?
So this is where the forest around here would be the forest, and yeah.
Where in the forest? I can't see your cursor. Or can you draw? Achha, there. Okay.
This is where the forest is. So
okay. Somehow, it's get very difficult to understand this building and the forest, and this water is coming out of the forest or going into the forest. This channel of water.
So actually, I have proposed a constructed wetland over here. So the water is coming out of it, and all the like the water which comes out from the drain, like the runoff water, etc., comes from the forest area into the small canal, and from there it meets the main Kochi Kyle. Yeah.
Okay.
So
and what is
sorry, just so you're creating a wetland area, is it, in your site?
It was already a wetland, but there were few constructions few years back, and then the site actually lost its character. So I'm trying to revive the wetland character of the site. Yeah.
But what are these buildings? Whose are these? Who is building them for whom?
Okay. So actually, so I'll just explain. So this is the main road, and I've proposed a small commercial space over here, which responds to the main road. And it can also use the potential of the small yard in between. And after that, there are some co-working spaces and a small library here. So which is more of a semi-private kind of a space where people people can actually rent out for office purposes, and also public can also come and interact with the people at this plaza. And I've provided a main plaza. I've also provided a main plaza here where different activities can happen. So this zone of the site is more of a very active public kind of a space, and more towards the forest area is like very reserved events, programs that are happening. For example, the sewage treatment plant here, and there's a small bird sanctuary and a seminar hall kind of a spaces here. So all those less active kind of activities are zoned closer to the forest, so people can still go there, but it'd be very controlled and very subtle. So that's how I.
Yeah. Okay. Why all these questions? See, this drawing itself with these little thumbnails around it really evokes a lot of nice feelings. Actually, you see that you have designed it, but you have supporting drawings are less. I wish there were simple floor plans, well drawn, one top of each other, and a name of that complex given.
Yeah, so
Something, it's a government facility or a private development, is a profit making or non-profit making. So if you keep that all aside, let me come to this, that I think it's a very sensitive design, just if I go by the form, the way this is laid out, the open space, the build, and again, through the sections, you have several sections, one can see the maturity of your design. But every time I feel, I wish there are, proper drawings rather than, this little thing, so one corner of that kind of thing. That is the only problem I have. But, I give a benefit of doubt to you and look at this. I'm sure these are very rich designs. Look at the section below. But there's no plan for it.
Yeah,
See, there's suddenly one little abstract exploded drawing. These can be there to explain a main design drawing, which I think is not there. Maybe because of time or something, you cannot put them in.
Yeah, actually, it was a small technical problem. I uploaded the wrong presentation.
Anyway, I would simply say, actually, I'm very excited about it, but I don't know whether you have to give high marks for it or not. But I see there's a good design in it somewhere, seen in bits and pieces in your drawings. Very professional kind of work one can see here. I mean, take it that way.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I will leave it at that. I know.
Trying to discuss with all of the jury members somewhere, sometime.
Ma'am, do you
See,
want
look
to
at
go
this
ahead?
seminar hall. I would first like to see a seminar hall.
Yeah, I understand.
No plan. Anyway, others, please, jury members, maybe.
Shraddha please.
Yeah. So to begin with, your heart is in the right place. This whole idea of being able to find a middle ground where the forest and the city can somewhere negotiate an agreeable, peaceful kind of a situation. So, I mean, as an idea, it is, really interesting until actually Ujan made you identify the location. My mind was constantly saying that, actually, why don't you just let the forest grow into the city? And interestingly, when you finally showed this, because I hadn't quite understood where your site was, that you've done exactly that. And in that sense, I must commend that you have begun with the right approach of actually pulling the forest in and taking the city somewhere in a very less dense kind of a situation where the nature is as predominant as the buildings. And that becomes like a prototype for being able to create situations like this along the edge of forests, almost. And that you don't have to have the hard edge that is presently there, that it can be, far more permeable where the forest comes into the city. And then somewhere I almost was imagining, that there would be arts that would be floating above at the tree level. And, you have done that, some of them going underground and some of them through the water. And so I think, you sort of really taken up a very ambitious kind of a project. It's very nicely sort of handled, but I couldn't understand everything because I think you need to have a key plan. You need to have sections, just conventional ways. I mean, you've done some very nice looking drawings, but just have some conventional key plan sections. For old-fashioned people like us will understand things a little more. Only thing I haven't quite understood is, maybe a little more exploration in the tectonics of the buildings that are being, proposed? What kind of materials would really work well in this kind of an intervention? Would it be the very urban ones, or would it be something very new? I don't know. Would the forest sort of be allowed to enter within the building also that you're proposing? I mean, to me, the materials would have really enhanced the presentation and the understanding of the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I won't take a lot of time, but I think one of the parts what I like about the design is you've made a statement, you as a negotiator, architect as a negotiator, and you've taken that particular role of negotiator. Of course, as a thesis project right now, it's fine. There will be other members and stakeholders as well. So architect isn't the only one.
I would like to make a correction to that statement. Yeah, actually I've said it's the architecture which is the negotiator.
So architecture, the product itself is a negotiator.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So in this particular case, I think if we look at the project as a design, you've taken certain design decisions as a negotiation between blurring the hard boundaries, what you pointed out, especially taking into account the water channels and its connection to the forest and the water, STPs, garbage collection, and so on and so forth. So I think in that particular case, you've taken certain stances in terms of design, which I like. A couple of things for you to ponder upon when definitely you're making a statement that there is a hard edge and the boundary between the sanctuary as well as the city. And the stance what you're taking is you want to break this particular boundary and blur it, right? I'm assuming it's overflowing into each other.
Yeah.
When you say that, one of the things what you might want to consider is, are you talking about the hard boundary between the city and forest? Or are you talking about boundary between a city and a vegetation? Are you talking about a boundary between city and the nature? Because these are the three words you use, and all of these three things mean very different things, right? When you talk about a forest, it's an ecosystem. What I'm seeing a lot is to blur the boundaries between vegetation, and because I see other ecosystems as a part of your views. I see birds flying around and so on and so forth. But in terms of consideration, right? Just something to ponder upon. Second thing is, in making this particular part, are we making another hard edge just outside your particular boundary towards the city? I get it, you're blurring the boundary towards the vegetation and the river, but are you making another hard edge? Or it would have been nice to see if you had tackled that this way. Yeah.
Okay. So can I comment on that?
Sure.
Yeah. Can I move to
yeah. We have already passed the time.
Yes.
Yeah, please be reminded. Yeah.
It was a very interesting project, so profuse comments, and that was good to hear. And so we are now spinning the wheel again for the third presenter.
Shall we spin it?
Yes, please.
1 second, 1 second. Spin it. Three it is.
Yeah, we are seeing on the screen number 3. That is Aeat SC 22519 Ayodhya.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Stay logged in.
What is the number? Sorry, what is the number you said?
519. Last 3 digits, 519. Okay. Architecture for Community Revitalization. Puttampalli, Kerala.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Wonderful. So I guess, Vijay, we can look at the second presentation now.
518, we are opening it.
518.
One sec.
Podium Parks as an anchor for regeneration. Placemaking strategy for Kochi.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. The title of my thesis project is Podium Parks as an Anchor for Regeneration, a placemaking strategy for Kochi. Next slide. The city of Kochi, when we talk about Kochi, the major issue that it addresses is the issue of lack of land availability. The availability of land is a great issue, and providing a land that has a large amount of open space is a great opportunity for Kochi. When we consider a city like Kochi with such high density of population and such increasing pace of urban agglomeration, the need of open space or the need of a space to breathe is essential. Next slide. According to WHO, the open space per person required is 9 square kilometer, but in Kochi the availability is only 1.1 square meter per person. This thesis actually addresses one of the main problems in Kochi, that is the lack of availability of open space or a space to breathe. Next. This is the surrounding area of the site, and it is located in the central area of Kochi. The site is actually that large portion of land, and towards the west side, the railway station is running. A railway line is running, and Ernakulam South Railway Station is located to the west of the site. And towards the south, the metro line goes. And Kadavantra metro station is located towards the south of the site. So transportation towards the site is really easy, and it is an easy accessible site. But this large, the previous one, this large portion of site, it is almost 28 acres of site that is located in this region, and this site is actually not available to the public because it is currently being used as petroleum storage facility for HPCL, and there are 4 large tanks located in this site of almost 30-meter diameter. Next slide. Hello. Ma'am, next slide.
Yes, you're audible. Yeah, okay.
Such a site which is not available to the public due to its ownership of HPCL and its current usage, such a site cannot be easily made into an accessible site for the public. Why I am proposing a shift of usage of this site is because this is located amidst a very highly populated residential area like Panampalli Nagar, Giri Nagar, Gandhi Nagar, Jawahar Nagar. All these residential areas are located towards the northwest and south of the site. Initially, when this land was used as a HPCL storage site, the development of residential area only occurred towards the west of the railway line. But with the increase of urban agglomeration, and when we take a look at the neighboring areas of that site, it is highly packed with residential houses and it is a very highly populated area. So any site as such is any mishap occurring there can have a larger impact on the city. But such an issue has not yet been addressed, even though that large parcel of site is situated amidst such a region. Next slide. Next slide. The immediate issues that are faced by the neighboring people is the pollution of the Perandur Canal that runs along the northeast of the site, and it is being highly polluted due to oil spills, and the blackening is clearly visible. There are many small houses that are settled along the site, which can affect their health due to the site usage that is happening there. And many prominent locations like the Rajiv Gandhi Indoor Stadium that has children playing all along is located just adjacent to the site. So mishap in the site will affect a larger area surrounding it. Ma'am, next slide. So this is a study that was done in Delhi with Aloha software. It is a hazard assessment software in which a tank explosion an explosion of a single tank was taken, and the immediate effect that it has is up to 150 meter in radius, and it can cause lethal effect within 60 seconds. After that, a radius of 270 meters is affected, which can cause serious injuries, and the next step and the next radius would be of 420, which causes buildings to collapse. So this radius, I overlapped it onto the site that I am talking about here, and the immediate radius actually covers the Rajiv Gandhi Indoor Stadium that is located towards the east of the site. And there are many residential houses that are coming under this radius. So I'm just talking about the explosion in case of a single tank, and there are four large-scale tanks that are in the site, and the domino effect is not talked about in this graph, but it also has a huge impact which will increase. Next slide. These are the historical cases of explosion. Even in Kochi, there has been a case of explosion in the 1984, in which the impact has actually lasted for 2 days. There were serious injuries, and the nearby schools were affected. The Bunsfield explosion is known to all, and that actually lasted for 5 days, and the surrounding neighborhood was affected in a very large scale. It was due to failure of automatic monitoring system. And another problem is that these sites can become the first target of a war zone, which has happened many times in Gulf countries like Kuwait and all. Next slide. Now, this is the site that is located in Kochi, and it has 4 major tanks. When we look into the tank, the first impact people can have is that it is an industrial relic. So how can it be used to create beautiful architecture? But the tanks as it is actually a great possibility for beautiful architecture, and the opportunity is actually immense because its scale is large and its strength, it can by itself hold a large load. Next. So there are many cases that supports the proposal I'm giving. In Payyanur Kannur, there has been a proposal for such a site which has been denied by the neighborhood due to the impact they have. In Delhi also, there has been a shift of oil terminal due to this cause. Next. Next. So these are the different sites of HPCL terminal. We can see clearly that only in Kochi, there is highly densely packed residential area. In all the other sites, at least one portion of the site is left wholly vacant, so that in case of an emergency, there is very, very less impact on the neighboring areas. Next. So the other case is that such a fossil fuel based site won't be necessary in a large, when we look into a very large timeline, not in the near future, in a very large timeline, like in India itself under the COP26, there has been proposed a net zero carbon emission by 2070 by Modi. And there will be almost 50% reduction in the usage of fossil fuels as our energy needs. Next. Hello. there are many cases all throughout the world where tank farms have been used as redevelopment opportunities, because when this is redeveloped, there is a large chunk of land that we are getting to develop the area. Next. Similar case happens with bowling terminal. Next. Similar case happens here. This redevelopment was proposed because of the contamination, the unexploded audience that it is, the flood risk, and all the residential areas that are affected due to this site. Next. Next. One of the existing projects that have accomplished repurposing such a tank is Shanghai Art Center, which actually rebuilt the tank structures as it is into our art gallery. Next. 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 So this is the site, and the highlighted portions are the tank. And this site consists
You have less than 5 minutes remaining.
Next slide. Next. So this is the site zoning. Since it is a 28 acres of land, my main concept is to stick on 60% of it will be used as used for vegetation cover, so that people can experience a wooden landscaped walkway. And the major central building and the central portion will be connecting the tanks and using the tank structures for the purpose serving. Next. These are the 4 tanks, and the 3 tanks I am connecting using a podium at the first floor level. So the building only exists in the ground floor level, and it will be seamlessly merged into the site, so that I create a multi-layered, hyper-connected landscape in which all the space that I have taken up as a building, I'm giving it back to the public as an open space, because the main purpose of this redevelopment is to provide the city a space to breathe. Next. 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 All the major activity zones, the major points where people come, I marked out so that I can lay out the building and the walkway according to it. Next. Next. So this is the master plan of the site. The building is restricted to only the tanks that are connected, tank areas and the connecting spaces between the 3 tanks. That is the only space that is that I am building. So only 20% is built and 25% is a semi-open spaces. When one enters into the site, the main focus goes into the grand ramp that gives access into the podium. The podium is at the first floor level, but the tanks protrude outside because it is almost 10-meter height. So the significance of the tank will remain. And these ramps lead to the podium, and the podium is another recreation activity, and below all the retail spaces are incorporated. Next.
You have 2 minutes more.
So this is what is happening beneath the podium, that is the ground floor level. Next. So the many methods I have employed for tackling the water issues in the site, which includes rain gardens, which I have incorporated in various spots of the site, which drains out into the 1.2 kilometer of walkway that I have provided. This walkway is a major connecting element, and these drains out into 2 multi-layered retention ponds. Next. The other way to the 60% of the site will be covered as vegetation, so the soil retention capacity is increased. And another way is to treat the edge of the edge where the Perendur Canal is. Next. Next. So this is the landscape surrounding the building area. This is the only portion where building comes, and the tank structures I have actually planned in such a way that it the entry is through the ground floor level, but one can exit directly into the podium, so that the after party area, like those spaces, are incorporated above the podium itself. Next. This is the ground floor plan. The building actually incorporates different functions for different tanks, and the connecting spaces acts out to support these activities. One is a performance center, one is an art gallery, and there are many multi-purpose areas. Next.
Time is up. It's 15 minutes. Is this your last slide?
No, ma'am. Views are there.
Okay, we'll go over that.
I have done a slide on how the rooftop is activated.
We'll request you not to speak and just scroll through. So I think you're finished. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, this is the last slide.
Yeah. Would Aziz or Shraddha like to go first?
Shall I go first, ma'am? That's okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think the starting point of the thesis was quite interesting. It's personal to me also because I come from port town where there was at a certain time a scare of explosion of one of the Indian oil tanks, basically because of the leakage, right? So it's definitely a relatable topic, and it is something to be addressed, something about the infrastructure of the city after a while when the city has overgrown its initial boundaries, and the edge infrastructures are now central part of the city. So it's quite an interesting topic. What I felt was that in that particular case, are we talking about relocating these particular things, or are you saying, see, the forecast is basically it's going to reduce by 50% the consumption, so we don't need these particular tanks? That means, is the need for your project to be expected after 20 years, 30 years, or are you talking about the present time, right? Second particular part is what I felt needs to be taken into account as well is, as you had mentioned clearly, your particular case is different from the other 3 case studies of the tank areas, what you were looking at. This is a very dense urban area around the tank. That means when we are talking, so is your proposal to convert these particular places into an urban park based on the assumption that this will be taken over by the city and the municipality, Kochi municipality in that particular case? Because it seems like it's a privatized tank area, right? So there's a company, it might be a semi-private company, but semi-private company, but there is a commercial angle to this particular land, and you're talking about a prime commercial area, right? So in my particular point of view, my question would be, did you explore any other options of the program where you have also considered that this was this prime area of the city, which has a commercial value to it, which the company would be there, and this could be a proposal which could be proposed in that particular sense?
Sir, in this thesis, I have considered like the site as such won't be available in the near future. Like immediately it won't happen. like there are many procedures to follow before shifting the usage. In case in the central level, by 2070, the proposal is that non-fossil fuel usage will be highly reduced. Even in Kerala, e-cars are being promoted highly. So that is going to become a future for the whole world. Like COP26 is on a natural international level. So people are going to switch into more sustainable energy. So this project will actually happen in a larger time span. Then about making it, my proposal would be like, I want to give all the, like, even if I'm taking space for the building, I want to give that space back to the public by creating that podium. In fact, the podium gives extra spaces back because it is cantilevered. That is my aim with the urban park.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So this is the second, So this is the second project today that we are seeing where infrastructure is being recycled and sort of adaptive reuse of a structure. And it's sort of, as a teacher, I feel good that people are beginning to really think, I almost feel in a sustainable manner about seeing how we can reuse what the existing urban fabric that is there and put it to a different use. So, you know, in that sense, I really like the set of concerns that come through such a project. I understand that a project like this also needs some commercial aspect to make it viable. And therefore, I'm far more accepting of the idea of the podium. Architecturally, the podium works very well because to me, it acts as the connector of at least 3 of the tanks. So I thought that was interesting because then it creates another level to provide the commercial aspect to the structure and to provide some sort of an arrival entry point to this sort of new placemaking that's happening. That is sort of fairly scattered, but by providing a connecting element, it brings it together. While doing that, I would have loved to have seen how the internal arrangement of the tanks would have explored material usage and how the new material and the old material came together. Because when you're using an existing building, the existing structure and how you treat the existing structure and how do you do the infill, keeping its own identity, keep making it structurally possible. These are avenues to me that really are an important part of the project construction. So I would really, I mean, if, you know, like Scarpa has done such beautiful interventions in existing buildings and making a sense of the infill have its own identity, and then having the larger newly formed structure create a new identity. So I think that to me is an important part of such a project when you're keeping an existing structure. I mean, I imagine you need so much construction to be able to build it, but the open space and some of that also would have been I think, yeah, you've done a lot of the wetland kind of development, right? So I think, yeah, I think some of that will play an important part in, yeah, I think those are interesting aspects to this 28-acre development. So yeah, I think some of these are nice drawings too. Yeah, thank you.
Ma'am, can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
The reason I linked only 3 tanks together is because the height I wanted to I gave a viewing deck so that people accessing that podium can actually visualize how big the tank is.
Okay. So I read it wrong. I thought it was a way to create a unity. That's
Ma'am, then that tank actually, the interior of the tank I have treated in such a way that people know it's the site has an industrial past into it. Like I didn't want it to be completely forgotten. So inside that I have treated it as a story hall and all.
Well, we didn't get to see a lot of it, so that's why the questions remain.
Yeah.
But Ujan, back to you.
Yeah, of course, these are with us, and I have seen this last night. Interesting project, programming is also designing, when it is in your hand, that what to provide where. To start with, that reusing defunct tanks, it is not defunct, but I think for an architectural academic thesis, assuming that these are not good things to be right in the middle of the city anymore, and sooner or later it will go, the facility, and this land will be available to the government. So this assumption can be there. I think not only you, but many students spend a lot of time to justify their topic. I think that has gone in the college. They have accepted it. At this point, I don't think one should be spending time on justifying why this topic is valid. But during picking up the topic at the college is a good thing to know, because you must know what are the pros and cons of thinking of shifting things. Okay, so we assume that this land comes to the government, to the public, and the government, let's say, has asked you as an architect, either he tells you some program elements or said, no, tell us how to use this best. So you as an architect said, look, these tanks are fantastic, I'm going to use it. And then you make a program that it will be used for this. And I don't want to make a huge building here, and I will keep the land open for public use. Basic thing, which nobody will deny. But there would be some question that land are very expensive these days, right in the middle of the city. Open space is good, but can we do a little more conservatively, in the sense, the other way around, that can we use it not like the whole thing is available to do whatever you want, but some money-making thing, which you have done in the ground floor of that, some shops and all, but little more. I mean, this plot can be divided, in fact, instead of treating it. So that's what brings to a point that this plan can go and happen anywhere. So if you just look at, sit with the roads around and how some things extends, what kind of fabric is there, how people will come here from the neighborhood, then all these paths and all will be dictated by them. Where should one enter the park? Where should we exit? Whether there should be multiple entries or not. So those are in the site plan is in front of me. That's being an urban designer. All those lines will be derived from movements from surrounding and your policy. Same thing comes with vehicular movement, and all these tanks and facilities you're given, you will need at least emergency vehicle access, and you will need lots of more parking. If you create a successful, beautiful design like this, I'm sure it will be lots of people in the weekends and elsewhere. I don't know where all those parking are, below ground perhaps.
I have provided MLCP for the parking. Like I have restricted the parking to the edges of the site, and only emergency parking and VIP parking I have provided some of it under the podium.
I know. I got it. I saw those MLCPs, but like syntax tanks, really ruined our urbanscape. Now it has reduced. These MLCPs are another thing which is ruining. They're buildings, and we put a rectangle only and just forget about it. Just imagine with the sensitivity, you have designed this curvilinear kind of an interesting building, which kind of connects through 3 tanks. But when you come to these parking structures, which are really ugly, and they can just sit in this beautiful park wherever they want. So be careful about using these parking structures. These are worse than not providing. So anyway, leave it at that. So at the site plan level, I would say that I wish there were some lessons, or rather some lead from the surrounding in terms of movement, entry, exit, etc. That is one. But all said and done, this is a great idea that you told the government, look, don't destroy the tanks. These are in the memory, and let us use it. Having said that, all this idea of connecting in the podium and all that, can you go back there? Rather to see a drawing and then this little windows. Go back to any one of the drawings, please. Yeah, let it be there. So yeah, design-wise, and the way you built it up with your studies and your case studies, I think they're pretty good. Where I would have liked to see some more is detailing. Again, you have a nice ground floor plan, but the tanks are the key thing. I think the tanks, just keeping the tanks is not good enough. I think little creative use of it. I would have rather gone into one of them and detailed it and created little openings here and there. And, the structural thing, you have shown some trusses. While it is used as for oil, the roof form is self-sustaining, you don't need a truss. But maybe for false ceiling, air conditioning and all that, you need that. In a section, you're showing that. So there is a little bit of opportunity lost there to making those tanks slightly looking more attractive than, blank sort of tanks. But anyway, pretty good work, actually, I like the way you have done this whole thing. You have made this like a park rather than an urban open space. There's a difference, but that's okay. You have taken one way. So that's why I always advise us initially when you do thesis, if we could look at 2-3 alternatives at the layout level, and even present it. Okay, let me not start teaching here. Good. I would conclude by saying a good work, generally speaking.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Thank you, Janda. So we now have 519 ready to present, and we have to spin the wheel again.
I like this wheel business, gives a casino feeling, that you're playing some roulette or something.
It's number 4.
We have 4, and that is AEATSC 22520. 520, please respond.
Yeah.
Can you switch on your video? Wonderful. Sure. So you have a bit of time to prepare. And we can commence with the presentation of 519.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we start the timer?
Yes, I'm ready.
Please
Okay,
go ahead.
so my project is Architecture for Community Revitalization, the case of weaving community of Kutambali. Next slide. So handloom weaving has been one of the most resilient sources of mass employment in Kerala. Next slide. But recently, the weaving sector is facing a situation of crisis with the coming of power looms and various other factors. Next slide. So Kutambali Handloom Village is one such weaving cluster in Kerala along the banks of the Bhardapuzha River in the district of Thrissur. Next slide. So the weavers of this settlement, they were actually brought from Karnataka to Kerala 500 years back in order to weave for the Kochi Maharaja. So during those times, it was a very flourished industry and they actually enjoyed pride and prestige for their profession. And next slide. Kutampally is also a place which is very much rich in culture and traditions. Actually, they celebrate the festivals of both Kerala as well as Karnataka, and they practice drawing columns, worshipping the goddess at their 500-year-old Saudeshwari temple, etc. So those practices are still followed. Next slide. So this settlement, it actually belongs to the Tiruvillamala Panchayat with the Gayatri and Bharatapuzha river running adjacent to it. So in the map, you can see the dense cluster in the map is the traditional core cluster where still we can find the handloom weavers, and the scattered grains away from this cluster is the growth towards the city area. Next slide. So with the study of the base map layers, it was understood that Kutampally has very small grain sizes that are very tightly packed in the core cluster. And also the settlement has residences that are very old than 100 years to new residences that are just 0 to 5 years old. And also majority of the old residences are single storage slope roof traditional houses with a height not more than 6 meters. Next slide. So from the existing old houses, the most repeating 4 typologies were identified based on the position of the looms. And I could find that actually it was observed that the position of the looms actually influence the activities that are happening inside and around the residences. Next slide. The actual character and essence of Kutampally is very much predominantly reflected in the streets. So different types of streets that were observed are type 1 are the inner streets. Those in these streets, the residences are found on either sides and majority of the outdoor weaving activities happen in these streets. Type 2 are the commercial streets with the fabric shops on either sides. Next slide. Type 3 is the major point of gathering, which is the temple junction, which has got the 500-year-old Saudeshwari temple. And type 4 is the riverside area where children play, people take bath, wash their clothes, etc. Next slide. So even though Kutampally has got skilled master weavers and it is a place with rich culture and traditions, they are now in a point of decline. This is because their economic structure is like they usually sell their woven products either to the government cooperative society or to private stakeholders, both of which are actually not profitable for them. And hence now the weavers are under pressure to quit their traditional job of weaving in search of better paid jobs. Next. So hence I'm proposing certain interventions that would actually improve the weaver situations. So interventions would be type 1 is the learning center and designers hub. Type 2 is a skill development center. Next slide. Type 3 is actually a museum for handlooms. Type 4 is a community market. Next slide. Type 5 is pedestrian trail for visitors, and the 6th one is inserting activity points into this trail. So this is a design program that I have prepared after the case studies and data collection. Next slide. So the next step was to how to insert these proposed interventions into the settlement without actually disturbing the true essence of the place. So for this, what I've done is the base map of Kutampally was actually overlapped with a grid of 100 meter by 100 meter. And I've used a certain fixed parameters like the distance from the traditional core cluster, accessibility from the main road, etc. in order to select the final sites. Next slide. So this map actually shows the final selected sites, which are the green is the site for skill development center, orange is the site for learning center, blue for museum of handlooms, and the dotted circle, it shows the traditional core cluster where we can find the handloom weavers. Next slide. So I actually did not want each of these intervention to stand alone. I actually wanted to create a sense of connection between all of these proposed intervention, which was actually made possible through a pedestrian trail that holds all these interventions together. Next slide. So what I did was certain other details were added to the pedestrian trail to improve the connection with the settlement. It is like the detail A is a gathering space where the tourists can have a conversation with the weavers. Detail B is a seating space around an existing well, etc. Next slide. Now going into each of the proposed interventions in detail. The first one is a learning center and designers hub. This is actually a platform where the weavers can collaborate and collectively work with fabric and fashion designers from outside, and a platform where people from outside can come here to learn weaving. So the site is selected close to the Gayatri River with easy access from both the traditional cluster as well as the main road. Next slide.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so any intervention in a context like Kutampally has to be very gentle and precise. So what I did was I studied the important elements of Kutampally, which is the slope roofs, the thinner spaces, free pedestrian movement, etc. Next slide. I also studied the grains and
Sorry.
proportions of Kutampally. And
Sorry, you have
also
9+
I
minutes.
studied the in-between spaces. Next slide. And what I did was all these elements were incorporated directly and indirectly into the design. Next slide. The site basically has two different entrances, one from the main core cluster and the other one from the main road. So this site basically has different activities like the weaving workshop, post-loom, pre-loom workshops, accommodation for people who come to learn weaving, and also collective design studios for the designers and the weavers to work together. So the grains of the proposed interventions match with the grain sizes of the existing fabric, so that the proposed interventions actually becomes much more blended with the local context as well as the local activities. Next slide. So each block, you can see they are provided with thinner spaces, narrow passages in between, and all together which actually echoes the essence of Kutampally itself. Next slide. And also volumes has been taken to upper levels to create interactions at multiple levels, as you can see in the first floor plan, thus achieving roofs at different levels like Kutampally. Next slide. You can see the level differences in the elevations. Next slide. Okay, and next slide. In the sections, you can also see the in-between narrow volumes with thinner spaces on either sides where the outdoor weaving activities happen. Next slide. So these are the perspective sections. Next. These are the views. Next. These are some wooden joinery I have designed for the proposed intervention. Next. Service plan. Next. So the skill development center is actually for the weavers of Kutampally in order to make them aware of the new technological advancements and new updations like plastic weaving, which they are not aware of. So this site, as it is for the weavers of Kutampally, it is selected very much close to the traditional core cluster of the village. Next slide. So when the skill development so this site is like, next slide. So when the skill development program actually does not take place, this site will actually function as a co-working space for the weavers where they can get mass productions done. So the grain sizes here are arranged in the site in such a way that it allows maximum free movement for the residents in and around the area. And the site is treated as a very porous fabric. So the site will basically have workshop spaces. Next slide. The site will have workshop spaces to train the weavers, and the edge of these blocks are treated with half walls, thinner spaces, and it is very much open to all the residential houses in and around it. Next slide. The same theory has been applied to the application of the elevations. Next slide. And in the sections, you can actually see the outdoor areas where the community meetings of the villagers could be held, as this is a very porous fabric. Next slide. In this, so this is another window detail that I've done. Next slide. These are the perspective sections. Next. You can see how the edge of the settlement of the proposed intervention has been designed. Next slide. So the special study, next slide. The special study is actually adding concrete pathies to the existing typical roof and collecting water using that pathies. And next slide. And the water connected through these pathies are then channeled to a pebble bed of 60 centimeter by 60 centimeter on the grounds. Next slide. And these pebble beds, they actually run throughout the site, crossing all the level differences. And these, they bring water to the rainwater collection tank. So this has been applied to all the proposed interventions. Next slide. So next is a museum for handlooms, which is basically a platform to exhibit all the history of handlooms regarding the methods of handloom weaving, etc. So next slide. The approach taken for the museum is actually a slight deviation from the rest of the intervention. The site selected is actually far away from the core cluster because the activities that is actually going to happen in this site has no real connection with the traditional core cluster. So what happened was the immediate context of this selected site has no characteristic features of Kutampally. So what I did was all the activities that are going to happen inside the site was restricted to one single volume. Next slide. Next slide. So entire
now you
activities that
have
are
5
going to
minutes.
happen inside the site is restricted to a cubical volume, and a person from the entrance, so he will only see a blank canvas, and the person will not get any idea about what is going to happen inside the volume. So next slide. from the entrance, then the person is taken into a transitional volume from where the movement of the person into the galleries is left free. Next slide. Yeah, as you can see, the movement through the galleries is left open. Next slide. And this, you can see in the elevation, the entire elevation is left blank for the people. And once they enter into the space, they can actually feel the space. Next. And this is the transitional volume that I've tried to show through the sections. Next. Window detail. Next. Next. So this is the point when a person, after completing the entire journey, only the person will actually see the traditional slope roof that has been provided. It is actually treated as an element of surprise for the visitors. Next. Yeah, next. These are some landscape details that I have tried to play with some elements of walls in order to frame the trees that I've incorporated into the landscape. Next. Next. So next one is a community fabric market, which will act as a platform where the weavers can actually directly sell their products to outsiders without any middlemen. That would improve their economic status. Next. So the market is actually a transformable space which could serve as a platform where other communities can actually come to Kuthampally and collaborate with the weavers of Kuthampally. So this is actually a fabric market which gets converted. Next slide. You can see I have designed 4 typology of shops, which are open shops, which get transformed into seating spaces during these events. And I've arranged each of these shops in a particular way that it gets transformed to a place of event in times of needs. So all these interventions, when put together, can actually bring about a change and improve the exposure and opportunities that the weavers of Kuthampally would actually get. And it would actually bring an economic balance in future, and the pride and prestige that these weavers enjoyed years back could actually be restored through these interventions. Thank you.
You finished even 2 minutes before time.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
You go back to some drawing in front. Should I start? Somebody need to start commenting. Yeah? No, I would start saying really, I wish I knew your name, student 519. Excellent work. Excellent work on the very good thesis mainly in terms of clarity in drawing and presentation. Drawings are clear and also uncluttered, which is nowadays become a rarity because of thanks to CAD, too many overlapping drawings and all that. Absolutely crisp, nice, no nonsense, good expressive drawings. That's my first comment. Couldn't have been better. Your conceptual drawings with thumbnail sketches, little sections, little perspectives, building up to detailed design with plans, section, 3Ds, exceptionally good. Your presentation finishing before time, clarity in speaking, along with your clarity in drawing is excellent. Now coming to the topic, very relevant topic. Everybody is doing these days. Really, government is trying to do this everywhere. So it could be a real project, if not already. And your idea that, you know, to programming, as I always say, is so important that if you really want to overall upliftment of a village or a community, all the intervention has to be distributed somehow for 2 reasons. One, this is what works. And number 2, all the residents living all around feel responsible. Okay, something is happening in our area, rather than one interpretation center at the entrance for tourists kind of thing. You know, here this is not for tourists. This is for themselves, and you have carefully chosen the sites. The best thing I like is that you have taken some small interventions through some walking trail, which is for them, and that works. Once the MLA fund is used for one little, sitting around a tree, that changes the area. You know, both the spirit and so this idea of a series of projects from very small to little larger is great idea. That's number two. Number three, when you come to individual designs, again, I would say that it is very well done, very restrained, simple drawing designs, and well executed, detailed to the grills, as we are also almost I'm reading what you've done, but that's how I would like to, comment your work. Great work, no doubt. I mean, you start. Only thing I would like to, what came to my mind was when I saw the larger one on the water, after you drew all the contour and all that, then I thought, if that whole layout need not have been so orthogonal, that kind of was biting me a little bit. Although you had all the variety of open space, larger, narrower, connectors and all that. So great site planning. But I would have respected the contours in terms of layout. You have respected the contours through sections and levels, courtyards, steps, and what very nicely. So that one thing, this very strict orthogonal geometry in some of the project bothered me a little bit, but not that much. And again, you changed your idea when you came to that last project where you put a larger wall to really get a new vocabulary altogether, which is not like village. And I think that's a good thing, good kind of a introduction to a new thing to a village, that you go in and see things, some excitement for them, not beyond the mundane. So I think it is all praise. I've done it. I mean, I can go on. There are always issues about projects, but I don't want to talk about them. Neither I can see them. Good work. Very nice.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
I'm done.
That continue?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So we can begin with complimenting. I think somehow this whole, today has been a very pleasant experience of some fantastic projects with really everybody seems to have their heart in the right place. And it's such a pleasure to see. And also, I think the graphic quality has been amazing. People are making very nice drawings. So there, this project, from the analysis to the kind of concern, to the kind of drawings, has been fairly consistent. What I particularly liked was the idea that Ujjan already mentioned, the idea of micro interventions as a tool to propagate further sense of responsibility and growth around those developments is also a very, very well thought of idea. I loved the way the departure of the museum being a new entity, and therefore the scale and the language of that was an element of surprise, both in the way it masked the various structures, but also in the way the entire journey within took place. The one question that to me remains, that is only you can answer, is that what I found in my interactions with small towns, small places, is that they are seeking concrete, glass, and for them progress means those kind of buildings. So I don't know whether in trying to replicate the language that you have over here is our urban set of ideas, urban set of romantic, emotions, or whether that is something they are comfortable with when it is a new structure. That is the one part about the language that I would be curious to know how they would sort of feel about it. Otherwise, yes, I think there was a little bit of what Ujan said, that the idea of the micro interventions mimicking some of the non-orthogonal kind of layout spaces as per the contours would have been a more sensitive approach. But otherwise, beautiful drawings, amazing amount of work. It's a joy to see such projects. But I would like to hear your take on the language.
Yes, ma'am. I went and talked with the villagers there. So actually what they need now is they are actually craving so much for an economic upliftment, and they respect their profession as well as they respect their living conditions so much. So Kutampally is actually a settlement that has evolved based on the profession. These streets actually, these narrow streets with residences on either sides, it all evolved because of the activities they do. Because these street sizing kind of thread activities all are performed on the street. So the pattern of the village and the character of the village has evolved over the years. And these characters were defined for the village by the villagers itself. They were the ones who designed and gave a character and a language for their setting itself. So they respected so much. So with the conversations with them, what I understood was they respect their living setting, and hence it has to be continued. That was my understanding with the interaction with them.
Okay. We like it, but we want to know from their point of view what it means. When we are building for them, we always, it's, the client has to play a part in determining the fate of the design. So
yeah, yes, ma'am.
I think I would like to congratulate you on the legibility of the presentation in that particular case, in terms of the drawings and the graphics coming together, right? And explaining the project architecturally as well as the research which has gone behind it. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
One of the questions what I had was, I think you didn't go into the detail of the justification because you were rushing through the presentation, but just if you could just answer this in a sentence. I have a second question as well, but was there a reason why the learning center is different from the residential center, where in your particular research, you found out that it was always a part of the residential areas? One. Second thing is the justification of the placement of these three. We definitely get it, and of course, sir has also pointed it out. You redistributing it across the village makes the village as a participant of your particular project as well, right? And then you have the smaller plugins spread out through the city. But I'm not very sure if enough of justification was given for why the learning centers near the canal or the river, why the residential sectors on the western side, why the museum is on the entrance of the village. My other question is definitely to do with something what ma'am is talking about. Do you think, just as a food of thought, do you think the aspirations of the people there, right, need a certain level of flexibility in your design as well, right? What I mean by that is not everyone in the village might be engaged with what you're proposing, right? And I think there is definitely a lot of opportunities in the middle, like the well area, what you've designed as transition, like the market, what you've designed as transitions, right? These had opportunities. I wish more attention would have been given to these, because the aspirations need flexibility to grow, because this can't be the only aspiration for the whole village, right? Like she's talking about the language, design language, even the flexibility of spaces. These definitely could have been explored much more as well. Yeah.
Sir, can I?
Sure.
Okay, so the answer to the question is, first one is for selecting each of the site options, I had a set of parameters which I did not explain because of the time limitation. Okay, so the skill development center was selected very close to the traditional core cluster because that particular intervention was intended completely for only the weavers. So I wanted it to be very much close to their living spaces so that they can, this space actually becomes a part of their life. They can just come and wander around the space. It becomes their living space as well as a working place together. Whereas the learning center is slightly kept away from the traditional cluster because to have, it should actually have an equal access from the traditional cluster as well as from the main road. Okay, and the museum is kept completely apart because the activities that are happening in the site of museum does not have any connection with the living conditions or working patterns of the weavers. That is why it is kept away from the traditional core cluster. So these are the reasons for site selection. And speaking about the architectural language, I believe that as architects, we are responsible to take care of the architectural we are actually responsible to take care of architectural styles and architectural languages like this because we are the ones who should I believe that if I am proposing an intervention with concrete flat roofs and all, what the people of Kutampally, they would actually believe is the living conditions that they lived till yesterday is a wrong thing or is slightly lower than the concrete slabs and the other things. What people below is a high esteemed thing. So we are the ones who actually should take care of uplifting and taking care of the architectural languages of places that has got an essence like Kutampally.
Okay.
Just wanted to,
yes, sorry.
I just wanted to react to this idea of sloping roof versus flat. In my real project, in fact, the villagers were furious because I proposed, I kept that roofs sloping and in fact thatched roofing. They were saying we have with great difficulty, we have earned some money to make our roof concrete like you people. You guys will stay in concrete flat roof and you want us to continue with these tile sloping roofs. What do you think? So this was a different language. I was in the south somewhere, in Andhra actually. So that district magistrate somehow, mediated, saved me from the outrage of proposing sloping roofs for them. Anyway, that doesn't take anything away from your support of character and all that. But while saying that, you have introduced those water channels, which adds to a new character, to a additional kind of a thing to the existing character, which is interesting. Sorry, that was a little bonus I took. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, I think now we will listen to 518. 519.
No, 519 was this one, Puthambally.
Just finished.
Just finished 519. Now we'll go to 520, isn't it? Ma'am, actually there's only one number pin remaining, so we don't have to spin the wheel, right?
We don't have to spin the wheel.
The number 1 that is remaining.
Yeah. So, but we have to announce it.
Yeah.
As the final presenter of the day is Aeat SC 22 511.
511.
Link for 511.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, please switch on your video.
Okay. So,
yes, wonderful.
okay. Thank you, ma'am.
520.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon all. So my project Between Land and Water is actually a subtle investigation to explore the architecture as a responsible and resilient medium, more than just satisfying its anthropogenic needs. So it focuses on the lives and livelihoods of Kuttanad, those are vulnerable towards the uncertainties of the landscape. It is a collection of community infrastructures, resilient neighborhoods, and value-added landscapes that ensures a balance between the landscape and the living beings. So wetlands are landscapes that are temporarily or permanently covered by water that has a distinct characteristic of its own, a species composition and geographical location. The two words of kidney and sponge can describe its ability to store excess water and purify it. Being a highly productive field, these are highly populated regions all around the world, which in turn damages these. Next slide. So the Ramsar Convention was formed for the protection of these landscapes, and they have identified more than 2,000 plus sites in India. And Kerala has got 3 major sites, which in which Vembanad, which is a prominent one, is my site. So this is one of the most populated wetlands in Kerala, spread in 3 districts. The Kuttanad wetland system, which is a part of this, has got a unique topography of lying below sea level and distinct livelihoods, cuisines, socio-cultural conditions, and lifestyles. The transactional illustration shows the socio-cultural economical changes that happened to the landscape. So the historical documents, the previous slide, the historical documents describes that the landform is formed by a gradual silt deposition due to the ocean currents, which developed over a period to form a backwater system. And after that, by 20th century, humans took over the process of reclamation and an enormous land reclamation process was made to meet the food scarcity. And thus the whole landscape of Kuttanad is man-made, and thus it has such a great relationship to the life of people there. This slowly damaged the relationship of people with water. The Kuttanad wetland system, being a basin for 5 major river systems, it acted like a big sponge before it is released to the sea. But the reclamations made it suffocated with excess water, causes annually flooding, and this uncertain wetness causes severe damages to life and property. Next slide. So the life is actually between the land and water. Kuttanad is a collection of paddy polders networked by canal systems for irrigation and transport. Settlements are along the edges with walkways, boat jetties, animal shelters, coconut gardens, etc. And this proximity with water makes the households very much dependent on the water for their daily routines. Next slide. In a deeper sense, there is a cycle of exchanges happening between the land and water. And these exchanges are in different forms of water for households and farming as product and byproduct, and cultural exchanges, etc. So these exchanges have different impacts on people and landscape. And so these critical exchange points where the impact is negative should be reimagined. Next slide. So the continued legal and illegal reclamations damage the landscape and change the socio-cultural conditions. The livelihood damages, pollution, health issues, unscientific built conditions degrade the landscape very much. And the irresponsible built environment and its response to the landscape and water, mismanagement of waste and sanitation, exploit resources, availability of clean water, and resilience towards the excess water are found to be the critical concerns along the thresholds. Next slide. So thus the interventions are decided to be insertions into these critical exchange points within the neighborhoods and paddy fields. So the transect 1 is where the contaminated field water is mixed with the lake water for field preparation. So the field being below water level, the water needs to be pumped here. And this exchange is reimagined into a filtering landscape system, which filters the water naturally before it is pumped. And this can decrease the impact it creates on the water quality and species habitat. Next one. And the transit 2 is where the inlet sluices, which brings lake water into the field for irrigation. And these service infrastructures are unnoticeably lying in the landscape. And it is reimagined into a more value-added landscape, and it is reimagined into a more value-added landscape which can nurture the fishes during the season. So every schedule of opening of these sluices will be between 4 to 5 months, and this period can be utilized to culture fishes in these. Next one. And transit 3 is through the neighborhood, which reimagines the house construction typology, and makes it resilient to the uncertain wetness, and a filtering apparatus to ensure a low-cost, maintenance-free, resilient water supply infrastructure also comes within this. Next one. And the fourth transit is where the boat jetty point comes, which is a primary access points into this landscape and which is an active social space. So people gather in these points to chit chat and move around the place. So this is reimagined by introducing locally owned restaurants and toddy shops, which serves authentic cuisines and drinks. So this enhances the tourism opportunity of the place, and it also ensures alternate income for the people. So this is how the filtering wetlands will. So the terraced landscape filters the water in various quantity, and distinct plant species can break down the chemicals into compounds. Next one. So this created ecosystem attracts the migratory birds visiting the place, have a recreational and educational value. Next one. So the pump houses and the watchtowers are the major infrastructures which comes within this transit. Next one. So this is how the inlet sluices will look like, with full of fishes while the field is ready to be harvested. And once it is harvested, next slide. And once it is opened and the water needs to be filled in, and it will look like this. Next one. Yeah, next one. Next one. So the filtering apparatus stands between the houses as an inevitable element of the neighborhood. It purifies water, lake water, through a series of aerobic, anaerobic digestion, nitrification, solar purification, microfiltration using mushroom buds, phytoremediation using algae, and it supplies to 10 houses. So this infrastructure also acts as a social space for people to gather and also harvest mushrooms. And thus the houses have, next one. And thus the houses have barrel foundations and lightweight sandwich paneled superstructure, which enables them to float while it is flooded. So it is also important to follow the same technique for their animal shelters also, as in the previous flood, people lost a lot of them too. Next one. And while flooded, people can access these reference points to collect water, food, and resources also. Next one. So these are the construction details of how the wall typology is reimagined. Next one. This is how the neighborhood is imagined to be. Next one. Next one. So then the boat jetties, along with these toddy bars and restaurants, brings in the natives and tourists, where a true exchange of these essence of the place will happen. So next one. So the same construction typology carries to these spaces too, and these are points that are imagined to be where the cultural exchange of the Kuttanad happens, where its true cuisines and lifestyle is shared with the tourists that are visiting the place. So Kuttanad actually has a great history of its own seafood culture and toddy bars. So that is something that is tried to be resurrected in these programs. Next one. So the resurrection of these authentic cuisines and toddy brings a new potential to the place, and the supported programs can be added by the locals themselves. Next one. So thus the architecture becomes appropriate, regenerative, and responsive and resilient.
You have 5 minutes more. 5 minutes more. Okay.
Every agents within it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. This is the last slide.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Maybe Shraddha or
Yeah,
Aziz.
I just need a few clarifications because I don't know where all these interventions are being done. So if I could see a site plan which somewhere identifies
Especially those 4 transact points you're talking about, the 4 sections. If you could show us in that key plan where these are specially made.
Is there a site? I didn't find
Yeah,
any site.
actually, so these site plans which is currently on the screen, this is actually a long stretch of land. So these transects that I identified are along these stretch. So this is actually a continuous stretch of paddy field, and the settlements are along the edges of these land. So and the 4 transects comes within this stretch of neighborhood. Yeah, so it's a mix of household and animal shelters and filtering landscapes, and the inlet points also comes within this stretch. So it's actually a mixed typology of a neighborhood.
Just to understand, the right-hand corner, the key plan which is there with the red stretch, do you have places assigned for these particular transects in that particular key plan, what we can see?
Actually, yeah. So that red stretch is actually how the whole site will look like. Yeah. So to the north of that site is where the filtering landscape comes, which is my first transect. Yeah, this one.
Sure.
Yeah, this one. So this is how the filtering landscape comes. So this is where the water exchange happens between the field and the lake. So next one, the neighborhood one. Yeah, so these red points are where the inlet points comes, and the fish nurturing units will be attached to these existing infrastructures. Next one. So this entire stretch is where the neighborhood comes, where the houses and the filtering landscapes and the animal shelters all comes. Yeah.
Would you like to start?
Sorry? I
Would
can.
somebody like to start, or is it okay if I start?
Please start. I thought we have started. Okay, go ahead.
So I think, first of all, I want to comment on the sketches and the techniques of representation in your particular case. I would say the illustrations as well as the sketches. So it breaks away from the way we usually perceive designing through plans, right? And you start perceiving design through illustrations as well as, in your particular case, sections. And the fact that there are no positions or plans for your transect means that the design has the origins in the sections, right? Which becomes much more important when we are talking about flooding plains. We are talking about the reclamation areas, the sedimentation areas, as well as the water body ahead, right? So in that particular sense, it's quite clear that the design has been developed through sections, and you've been quite honest about it in your presentation, that it is to be understood in sections rather than, to be perceived in the plan. And I think the key design has been the illustration, what you've done for 4 transect coming together in your particular presentation, where you're clearly talking about handling one of the most important part, that is flooding of the plains, right? And how these flooding of the plains behave differently with different transect, right? So one, you've assumed there is an inlet Suez, where you've also considered what happens during certain point of time and what happens during the other times, right? And there are activities involved with the occupation of that particular place. You've considered tourism as well. In certain places, you've considered watchtower and so on and so forth. So according to me, I think definitely a different way to look at the design. And I think to me, it seems much more appropriate to see the design in this particular sense, right? To address this particular situation through certain sections rather than plans. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt the presentation, the drawings, the sketches, the nature of the sketches, and how the storytelling happens in the section is very charming. And there's a sense of calm in the 3-dimensional drawings. It almost has that watercolor feel to it, which is, with the raindrops, it really sort of comes alive. So having said all that, I just have a slight question and a sense that maybe the wetlands don't need to be constructed so densely. Maybe we need to leave a lot of it open, a lot of it with just your periodic interventions rather than this density. That was my only feeling that I got when I saw these, this particular sketch, there are so many points where people are coming together, and whether this density of development is called for in this really fragile ecosystem is something I'm not aware of, but I just felt that it is more than what it can take. But otherwise, a pleasure to see a very atypical architectural thesis dealing with the ecosystem in a very gentle way, and with very beautiful drawings. So I commend you on this, even though I don't understand this ecosystem enough to be able to say about whether what has been done is done in the way it should be.
You're done. Well, I guess you are done, Shraddha?
Yes, I am done. I am done.
Yeah, I mean, what Shraddha you said, all correct about the drawings and all that, very romantic drops of rain and all that. Nice, this lovely watercolor looking things. You are dealing with a severe problem of today of flooding and scarcity sometimes, too much sometimes, rise of water and all that. You perhaps need much more than finding 4, 5 techniques of handling it and drawing them interestingly. For a thesis, very frankly speaking, you have to go beyond it. I don't know which village community looks like this, which is on the screen right now, which one row of house with water one side and paddy field other side. I don't think it's a real site. And I think the challenge for us to be architect doesn't end here. It's definitely a good beginning to use those techniques in a larger area how it connects to it. You said one such purifier serves a group of houses. What you see in your drawing is two houses, one this thing. So you have to see them in plan, how they work together, how they, as you said, work as a community place also, and how these are constructed, how are these roofs are, how the elevations are. You may say that, oh, that can be done, but yeah, that's it. It has to be complete. Because you see, even the section below shows techniques of floating foundation and all that. That's fine. These techniques are not invented by us, they're available. But what we need to do is to show application of it in a creative manner, not as one symbolic, one building application. And how it can do more than water conservation or flooding control or whatever you call it. So I personally feel that it is not enough for a thesis of BArch thesis. There's no doubt drawings are different, good looking, differently good looking. I often say that, you can make nice, elevation plan and section joined together, drawn like a school child way, they look nice. Even late Sir Doshi sir has done, the later life, but those are drawn after the building has been designed and acclaimed. There are graphic techniques of putting something on. Don't mind my saying this. This is good work. Maybe you will carry it forward, do a PhD, a master's on it. But as you were saying, the drawing up there is bothering me. You're saying these are paddy fields with roads running through it, and the other side is water. Neither roads, either they have to be development there, otherwise these paths or roads through paddy field doesn't happen like that in nowhere. What are these, by the way?
Can I just comment on that? Yeah. So as I said, these paddy fields are actually reclaimed landscapes on existing lake, Vembanad Lake. So these the people settling around these lands, paddy fields are actually working on these paddy field itself. So so those lines are actually not roads. They are actually water canals for irrigating these paddy fields. And
Just imagine if I read that drawing like that, 40 years of experience, that I read your waterways as roads. It's not my fault there. Anyway, never mind. So, okay, those are waterways. I know this area because for some reason you have done a lot of work in Kerala through academics or professionally. Yeah, this is the issue. You are right. They have been filled up and, paddy fields have been created. But anyway, what else you want to say? All I was saying is that there are good ideas, but the application I thought it would be a little more wholesome and, more developed than just beautiful sceneries with birds flying and, coconut trees swaying and all that. Yeah. Thank you. I think we're all done.
That was also a very interesting presentation. Like Shraddha ji said, we've had wonderful presentations today. And we now go on to the last one.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Just wait a minute.
Okay.
Can we start, ma'am?
Shall I? Okay. The thesis project, different but not less, an educational and skill developing workspace for autistic individuals in a sustainable habitat, is an institutional center that caters to the necessities of individuals with autism. Next slide. A person can experience different set of experiences while entering a space, can be peaceful, motivated, and even stressed. All these spaces are constituted with different architectural elements like color, material, sound, lighting, ventilation, etc. But when an individual is unable to adapt to these elements, negative behaviors can occur, which is very relevant in the case of individuals with autism spectrum disorder. And the universal design standards which we use in our daily environment is generally concerned with a healthy 6 feet tall universal man. Physical disabilities are the maximum extent of concern in these standards, and what if there are mental disabilities? The field of autism is least explored with the concepts of architecture, and there is a very little infrastructure to cater to them as a whole. Autistic individuals are not usually able to build their own independence once they are out of their schools. Therefore, the core program of the project includes early diagnosis and therapies, special education, skill developing workspace, and sustainable living. Ma'am, next slide. Autism is a different way of seeing the world. We, as neurotypical people, should understand this fact. The autistic individuals are highly intellectual, but have some disabilities, rather instabilities, which can be tackled with the help of conducive architectural surroundings. Next slide. There are certain design strategies developed by educators and theoreticians which can be adapted while designing for autistic individuals. Sensory design theory that is within their comfort zones and neurotypical design approach that is out of their comfort zones. Both these strategies are induced while during the design development stage. And there are certain adaptable autism traits like priming and imitation which can be merged with the design program and strategies. Next slide. So why Kerala? Or according to the statistics of prevalence of neurotic and stress-related disorders across the states of Kerala, Kerala ranks 4th in position. And while considering architecture for autism in Kerala, it is noticed that least relevance is provided for the spatial environment, while treatment methodologies and equipment support is given prior importance. The above matters are proved through my dissertation named Different But Not Less, the possibilities of architecture for autism in Kerala context, which concludes that the infrastructure for autism in Kerala demands more attention. So why Thiruvananthapuram was pitched? Autism Disability Census, according to the last census report, says that Trivandrum is with highest number of autistic individuals and at the same time holds less percentage of job opportunities for people with disabilities. Trivandrum, being the capital and administrative center of Kerala, an autism skill park will get ample attention. And there is a live project proposal by Kader Institute to develop an autistic village in Vidura, Trivandrum. So moving on to the next part. So next slide. So there are certain adaptable thoughts and theories related to autism that has been developed by theoreticians, specialized architects, and autistic educators and researchers. The Autism Spectrum Design Index aspects by Magda Mustafa can be used as a catalyst while designing for autism. Simone Humphries, an architect and theoretician, has developed certain alternative thoughts and universal design. Synthesis of ideas by John Richer, environmental design parameters by Rachna Kher are examples of those. The life story of Temple Grandin, an American biologist and animal behaviorist, is very influential while developing design programs and ideologies. She was an autistic individual with several limitations who overcame that through training and willpower. So moving on to the next slide. So master architects like Charles Correa, Le Corbusier, Louis Kahn, and Laurie Baker has developed certain healing and vernacular aspects that can be implemented and interconnected with the design strategies for autistic people. Next slide. The Vastugala of Travancore has strong architectural influences of the 19th century, which can be implemented in the current design scenario as well. So next slide. From all the above thoughts and design ideologies, certain parameters has been developed as the basic design strategies for this project, which includes spatial sequencing, circulation and wayfinding, flexibility, acoustics, compartmentalization, sensory zoning, proportion and perception, proxemics, color, texture and materials, lighting and ventilation, transition spaces, multi-level participation, in-between spaces, containment and escape spaces. These 15 design parameters were used as the criteria for critically analyzing the case studies. Next slide. Both literature and live. The case studies were further categorized based on the spatial planning and based on the feasibility and opportunities. Next slide. From the analysis, inference were developed by for each parameters by comparing different case studies, and these inference turns out to be the micro-conceptual elements in the design development stage. So next slide. Next slide. So moving on to the site details, the site is in Vidura. Trivandrum is a hilly area which is within a 35-kilometer proximity from the Trivandrum Central. The site offers certain possibilities and opportunities for developing into a healing atmosphere for autistic individuals, as well as could be evolved as a landmark for the developing rural area. The calm and quiet condition of the site surrounding is apt for a thoughtful architectural approach. Next slide. Next slide, ma'am. Next. So moving on to the basic zoning of the core units, like the early intervention center, public inclusive areas, therapy unit, sensory play areas, educational unit, R&D wing, skill developing workspace, and the living units were done by considering certain zoning parameters like order of hierarchy, accessibility and circulation, sun path and wind direction, conception, zoning, and neighborhood aspects. The core concepts turned out to be care, uplift, and liberate, where early intervention center and therapy units represents care, educational and skill developing center represent uplift, the skill developing living units and public interactive units represents liberate. So The radial development of the slope of the site is interpreted with care as the central core, uplift as the middle line, and liberate as the outer expansion. The radial development expanded downwards along the site contour as arcs were expanded together with the site. These arcs were initially raised as monoliths, defining care, uplift, and liberate. These blocks itself acts as the elements of containment and buffer for each activity in each building. The blocks were further divided based on the functions and were interconnected with ambient airflow and sufficient unbuilt spaces that turns out to be in-between spaces for autistic individuals. The built and unbuilt spaces is defined by the sensory experiences that is being created while moving through those spaces. Next slide, ma'am. The micro-conceptual elements derived from the design parameters are interpreted in relation to the needs of the autistic individuals. Breaking and unbreaking the comfort zones by altering visual spaces and volumes is adapted for spatial sequencing, circulation and wayfinding by providing tactile and visual elements and free flow movement, and this aspect can be interconnected to compartmentalization by providing visual cues and levels. Subtle colors and textures with a pinch of emphasis at desired spots can improve attention span of these individuals. Flexible open plan to create comfortable spaces, improve flexibility, proxemics, and transition. A safe enclosure without the feel of confinement and internal and external ports for escape spaces is also implemented. Sensory zoning can be maintained by providing niche and buffer spaces between high and low stimulus areas. Now moving on to the macro conceptual elements, introducing the individuals to new scenarios, new spaces, new volumes by creating a gradual shift through comfort zones, in between zones, breaking the comfort zones and liberating them to real world. The effective growth of an individual is accompanied by larger travel distance where they are forced to traverse more in order to gain the next level of their journey. So moving on to the next sheet. Another concept is a slope as a connecting bridge. The two buildings in the site are indirectly interconnected without interfering into the activities of one another. The activity happening in the basement floor of the building in a higher contour is linked to the activities in the building in the next lower contour, thus creating a horizontal activity spaces. Other conceptual elements include spatial sequencing, the monumentality, in-between spaces, double skin south facades, high windows, classroom courtyards, facade as a geometric composition, and so on. So now moving on to the master plan. The master plan is evolved from the zoning criteria and conceptual strategies, highlighting the core concepts of care, uplift, and liberate. The journey starts from early intervention center after restricting the main vehicular access at the entrance parking slot. A service is provided along the periphery of the site connecting to service areas. The journey moves from the early intervention center to therapy units and then to the education center at the next lower contour level. The education center and skill developing center is connected with the research and development center, which acts as an interface between the activities of the building. The skill developing space is equally connected to the public interaction center at the entrance and to the individual living unit at the private end. These living units are within the surveillance of the staff quarters at the end. All these built spaces are separated with the unbuilt sensory and play areas exclusively for autistic individuals. Next slide, ma'am. So this is a 3D representation of the different components in the master plan. Next slide, ma'am. So coming into the components, the first lane comprises of 3 components: early intervention center, therapy center, and public participation center. The arc was developed from the radial development of the site and split into healthcare and public unit, creating a central open space which acts as an interlinking connection. The healthcare units was developed with smaller volumes and heights, providing comfort zones, whereas the public units were larger in volumes as it is in the later stage of being out of the comfort zones. The central open space viewing to the OAT acts active viewing space without intervening into the activities of the other private spaces. The contour itself acts as a boundary of containment. The varying building heights and the sensory spaces with open and closed courtyards, both indoors and outdoors, substantiate the growth of the individuals. Next slide, ma'am. The Public Participation Center focuses on developing multi-level participation experiences for the autistic individuals. Once they are trained and ready to be out of their comfort zones, they are introduced into the center as staff members. The public participation area consists of stalls, retail shops, gathering spaces, exhibition spaces, etc., so as to exhibit the products from the autistic individuals. Next slide, ma'am. Next. The primary and educational unit shares its activities with the basement floor of the early intervention and therapy unit. This offers a horizontal span space for the children to play, learn, and interact in both indoor and outdoor learning spaces. The entrance facade is developed with basic geometric shapes and volumes, creating visual stimulation to the students. The classroom courtyards acts as internal escape spaces, while it follows a flexible open plan with the classrooms. The children are allowed to experience the interplay between the spaces. Next slide, ma'am. The corridors outside the classroom provide recess spaces that act as escape spaces, and also cool rooms are provided inside the classrooms The arrangement of the classroom is in such a way that it is flexible to change according to the activities. The proximity of staff rooms
You have
and
less than 5 minutes.
escape spaces are located for the comfort of these students. The walls of the corridors are textured with simple patterns, creating tactile stimuli as well as becoming a mode of wayfinding. The play of light in the corridors also helps in circulation and visual stimulation. Next slide. Next. So this unit comprises of the educational training unit, R&D wing, and skill developing workspace. The pre-vocational educational training unit and the skill developing workspace is interconnected with the activities of research and development wing, which develops and monitors the activities and characteristics of programs for the betterment of the individuals. While coming into the skill developing spaces, the volumes and heights are expanded, creating out of the comfort zone sensory experiences for the autistic individual. The skill developing jobs include weaving, crafts making, culinary, etc., which acts as a revenue generating aspect as well as relates to the characteristics of autism like repetitive and imitative behavior. Next slide. The large and wide courtyard spaces not only acts as inclusive spaces, but also provides escape and transition experiences by understanding the proxemics and how the surroundings react to them. The double skin walls create shadows in the corridors and transitional spaces, acts as a mode of wayfinding. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide. So once the individuals are trained to attain independence and self-earning lifestyle, they are given the provision to acquire an individual living unit within the campus itself. The residential units are in the close proximity with the skill developing center and staff quarters, accompanied with activities like cycling, gardening, games, and sports, etc. Next slide. Next slide. So the sensory play area equipments, previous slide, just before that. Autistic friendly landscape areas and play areas are provided exclusively with play equipments specific to autistic children. This helps in developing this sensory characteristic behavior and improved sensory stimulation. Next slide, ma'am. Next. A post-design analysis was done for the project on the basis of analyzing the environmental perception through sensory zoning. The collage describes how the derived parameters are developed to create environmental perception through sensory spaces for autistic individuals. Each space is identified, and it is evident that these design parameters can be interconnected to create spaces to be within and out of the comfort zones. For example, the figure 2 shows the ramps and stairways that connects from one building to another. These traverse spaces offers in-between spaces multi-level participation, sensory experiences through color, texture, and materials, proxemics, circulation, and wayfinding through visual cues. Similarly, different aspects are scattered across different spaces, helping in developing thoughtful architectural spaces for autistic individuals. Next slide, ma'am. So with that, I conclude. Autistic individuals are different, but not less than what we neurotypical people are. Therefore, architecture for autism should also be different, but not less than what we neurotypical people experience. Thank you.
Inviting jury comments. Would Shraddha ma'am like to go first?
Quite an extensive body of work on a subject that requires a lot of attention that, has not been done so far. So I can see that there has been a lot of effort put in terms of the study of the subject itself, the study of the people affected, and study of the possible environments that would create a sense of comfort for them, while creating moments of stimulation too. So I think I commend on the extensive effort that has gone into various aspects, from the macro to the micro, from the understanding of the subject all the way to the understanding of sensory details, tactical materials, and the kind of environment that individuals of this nature would require, because we are aware of this, but we as individuals sort of don't have an institutional setup which provides for their care and provides for their growth in a structured manner. So
Yes,
I really appreciate that. I begin to see some of what those spaces are. You've really gone through a lot of effort in terms of the detailing of the spaces, and therefore there's both at the planning level as well as the architectural detailing level in terms of materials that you have managed to convey some of the requirements quite thoroughly.
Thank you, ma'am.
I mean, I don't know who would fund a project like this and how the teaching is done, and all. I mean, I think that the real world problems I'm not sure of, but if there were such institutions actually set up, it really would be beneficial to all.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, Aziz.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of research and understanding. And first of all, understanding what is the requirement, right? And then translating into how does a space cater to those particular requirements. I think definitely the effort is visible. On the other hand, workability of the building on a contoured site with the centric plan going down, definitely it's functionality and workability wise is there. What I would like to comment upon and ask you is the last statement what you made, right? And that's also the statement of your thesis, different but not less, right?
Yes.
So are you, because the last statement said that the autistic children or people do require a different space. Am I understanding it right? Or are you saying that our spaces should be much more inclusive with these particular characteristics? I'm just talking about the last statement. I'm not talking about your project. Yeah.
Yes, sir, I understood.
So in that particular case, if you're saying that our spaces need to be more inclusive, then my question would be, which are the characteristics, which are the architectural design characteristics you would take forward to make our general spaces and public spaces much more inclusive in that sense?
Yeah. So shall I?
Yes.
Okay. So actually, this project particularly focuses on an institutional development. Like there is a lack of institutional development once an autistic individual is after the age of 18. So that is what the prior thing which I catered to, because there are a lot of potentials that is being that these people have, which is not even explored. So initially, this project is totally an institutional project which focuses on the autistic individuals only, so that the spaces in this project intends to turn or train the autistic individuals so that they can adapt to the surroundings that we are in. Like, for example, if when we are sitting in a room, there may be a sound of an AC that is happening and all. So we might not notice that. But if an autistic individual came to that room, that will be the first thing that he will be noticing. And he will show behavioral issues once he's in there, which we might not understand. So it's quite difficult to turn our social standards to cater an autistic individual, rather than these autistic individuals can be trained to understand and accept the social surrounding that they are in. It's not actually completely possible to turn all our surroundings for an autistic individual. So it's a complementing each other, so that we should understand that these people have certain issues with the certain standards. So complementing each other is the thing we should do. That is what I understood, and that is what I think should come out of this thesis. Okay.
Should I, or Aziz, you are continuing?
No, I'm done, sir.
Okay. Yeah, great. Yeah, yet another good thesis, as has been told my fellow jurors. Very well researched on a topic which needs research, and available material is there. People have been talking about a lot, and you have tried to do as much as possible. As you rightly said, there is nothing. The autism is such that it is sometimes not predictable. That's the key thing. So you can only do that much, after that. So great research, and then your analysis and conceptualizations and all that, and learning from case studies have actually help you building these concepts. So really useful conclusions you have made, which is good thing of a research, which very often doesn't happen unless the studies don't result in good, useful lessons to carry to the design stage, which you had and came out with this site plan, which is in front of me. So while on the site plan, a couple of comments. I like you following the contours, which is, is a good thing to do. You look at the spaces between blocks. You have a few blocks. Spaces have nice variety of it, narrow, large, big, all that. One thing could have been done, maybe, some radial open space flowing through the blocks. The first block, maybe there are some openings, kind of looks kind of obstructing what is happening next level. I'm not talking about little stilted area, maybe a real open space which steps down to the next one. So that kind of looks nice. That is one. Second thing, when you, after having created these open spaces, then you have to very carefully, because you have designed them, landscape and all that, just see that the integrity of the open space doesn't get spoiled by too many little things, like children play area type. Anyway, those are two details, I think, but those came. And another little advice that whenever you make these drawings, just don't draw the site only, Like don't cut the site at the boundary wall. You draw within, but draw a rectangle or a square. Don't cut it somehow. I feel it kind of looks a little odd. Many places just. Otherwise, your graphics are so good. No point. And you come to individual building design. You have very worked out plans, no doubt. Good to see plan sections, elevations, and all that. I have little reservation on such curved buildings, which are very shallow curves. I would not follow the contour so literally. I might make those front one as 3 blocks with those little open spaces going to the next one. It was very difficult to construct, and they are not also perceivable, after taking all the effort of making that little curve, which is, not really visible when you stand next to it. They're small things, but I'm just telling my experience. And on the site layout, if I come to the housing area in the bottom of this, that looks little unimaginative. Maybe you have kept it simple because of autistic people will stay, or I don't know. But to me, when it doesn't look so much bad, but when you come to your detailed design things, if you come to a couple of building designs, can you come 1 or 2 sheets? I have a few things to talk about. Curves I talked about. In between space, I told you they're very nice. But having created that, keep their boldness, don't fill it up with elements. Like the last one, long linear thing has a long linear water body. And same kind of little spaces on both sides. So anyway, those are little things. The sloping roof, how did you decide? The slope looks very shallow, and neither this way or that way. So the water perhaps will not flow with enough speed not to leak below. So I was wondering if because these sloping roofs, you don't have any edging also, it's just simple slab which look nice, but to me it looked very, very little slope in them, or the drawings have issues. Where is it? It is in here, no? Is located where? You said, where is it located? The site?
Site is in Trivandrum. It's in Libya.
So there's rain there. So maybe you would have looked little nicer, little steeper slopes of those roofs. But otherwise, these buildings have their character. I mean, used elements of circles, this and that. Nice. Overall, good work. Yeah. you have anything to say again, as a response to all our comments?
No, actually, these comments are really thoughtful. Like I'm getting new dimensions of thoughts for the project. So it's really helpful.
Good. So it is good to carry it around, as it's the beginning of your life anyway.
Yes.
Good work.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we are done.
That was a wonderful series of presentations today. Excellent work. We have completed all the presentations and we now invite the jurors to give their comments on the day's work and on the awards and some feedback. The students will benefit from hearing about.
Are some people are still around? They've come down to 40 now. Maybe live streaming may kuch baithe honge. But in course of time, I think we have been giving comments which are, common to people here and outside if they're listening. But overall, because like I think other jurors also, I have been involved in this for many years now, and I have been seeing how the quality and the presentation techniques and design type are changing over last 1.5 decades. I don't know, whenever it started. And the number of entries changing, the type of presentation, quality of design keep changing, and you keep wondering what are the various things for which it changes. Most changes are towards better. Other than I have some issues sometimes when they're online and transmitted, and I have showed this thing to Jayashree also, that some drawings don't look nice when you look, some look very nice, some don't look nice, but I'm sure they look nice when they're printed, because they can't be that bad. So there's some technical problem. And I checked with others, so it's not my ignorance of how to see it or something. So it is same this. So that's the little fallout of online, other than not physically meeting. But anyway, coming back to this work, today's work and all that, obviously the standard is much higher. The concerns are deeper and more current, more urgent, and hardly anything is hypothetical anymore. There used to be time people used to take some hypothetical thesis, some research work type, which is good, but they are diminishing now because I think too many people are doing PhD, are keeping that for that. And so that way they're all real projects, they all have sites and well done. What else I should say? And also we are seeing, a big change today is that almost everybody finished before time. And we used to always have the problem of, design shuru nahi hua, time is over. But today people finished 2-3 minutes before, most of them. So that is, I don't know, good or bad, but finishing in time is a good thing always for any competition or any such juries. I will leave it at that. I mean, I really don't have something to tell this group of people who have seen today, who are actually pretty good. I don't think that they need to know anything more. But whatever little things we had about the project today, I think we have told them already. So that should be all right from my side. Thank you.
So should I go ahead? Yeah. So I too, like Ujan, have been involved with these thesis jury awards for a number of years. And I mean, over the years, what I'm beginning to see is it really makes me feel really good at the end of the day to see such fantastic work. To over the years see the shift in the design concerns, in concerns towards the local issues, in concerns towards the local culture. There is almost a sense of pride in the whole revival process. And I mean, I think that sense of pride that is being inculcated through the place and the people around, through the histories, I think there's a lot of joy that one gets to see, because it translates into a process that is very deeply engaging with the project, with the subject. And it's really fantastic to see what some of the, I mean, it's not that the subjects are new, but I feel that the way the analysis, the meticulousness in how the process of analyzing the context, the subject, the site is, really at a different level. And it feels really good at the end of the day to see such a fantastic body of work, and to see that I feel good that this group of people are going to be joining us as colleagues, and that, architecture is in a good place with such work coming out of colleges. In terms of using technology, in terms of using graphics, I think the exposure that they are getting through these online processes or through the publications that NYASA has been doing of other colleges, I mean, it's, I think, such a fantastic leveler that it's, with the internet, I think people are beginning to really get a sense of even kind of a plate to operate from. And I feel very good about that exposure is no longer a thing reserved for the elite, and that it is out there in, available to everybody in the smallest places. I feel good at the, the thoroughness of the analysis and the build form. And to me, it is also telling me of the level of teaching. So it's not just the students, but I think obviously there's some very good teachers out there who are, making sure that this level of work is coming out of their colleges. So I think it's, repeatedly, I have complained to the council how a lot of these small places don't have experienced teachers, and, it's not, it's going to affect the work. But today, I mean, I just take all my words back, and I would say that this is fantastic wherever it is coming out of. All the different colleges in the South gives me a great sense of pride to be associated and seeing such work. Thank you. Thank you to NYASA for inviting us to share all this work. And to have also these wonderful jurors to interact with. It would be nicer if it is in person, but what to say.
I think you should get us all to Chennai at least, all the jurors. To have a party.
Everybody waiting to go to Chennai. Aziz, over to you.
I think I've had a really good day today. Looking at different works. Of course, it's a different experience going through the sheets and then presenting it. And definitely there's a difference between the two. When they are presenting it, it's conveyed through a different language and different confidence. You understand it much better through the presentations. I think as jurors also, we've had good conversations as well, with interesting pointers which were out there, different perspectives which were looked at as well. I also feel that there were bolder ideas and topics which were explored this time. I think Shraddha ma'am has already pointed it out. The city infrastructure was kind of looked at as a service industry, right? But there were a couple of theses, and there are other theses which were out there, which also started looking at different aspects of the city. So it's not just related to culture anymore. And I think the topics have evolved and grown, and the city's actually been looked at quite in a larger sense. So I think in that particular sense, there is definitely a growth of ideas. There are bolder statements, bolder steps sometimes. I think it's okay also to give bolder steps as well as professionals in that particular sense, as solutions. And because I think the generations which are coming right now, the thesis is a way to get it out to the society. But having said that, backed by a researched expertise, which coming from the field of architecture. So in that particular sense, definitely, I would love to see a bolder product and statements which are discussed at the society level as well, not just within the community of architects among us, because there are projects which definitely have a discussion out. We should have a discussion out there, and there is feasibility of discussion beyond our community. So yeah, so congratulations to the students who actually presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aeat. That was a very important point made, that we must take it out to the society and have a discussion and open it up. I think, yes, that is something that really needs to be looked at very carefully and brought into practice soon. Rama ma'am, would you like to say anything?
It was a wonderful day, a lot of thought-provoking work. It was an instructive day, I would say. And it's clear that people have overcome the COVID gap, and the work has superseded what was happening pre-COVID. So it really makes me feel what Habib sir said in the morning: the future of architecture is in safe hands. So it's very heartening to note. A warm thank you to everyone, and thank you to Jayashree ma'am and to council team and to host college, Neena ma'am, Jaikumar sir, Vijay, and others.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Architecture is in safe hands. And the second thing is also that the kind of work that is being shown on the 5 zones, you have been part of 3 zonal juries in this cycle. I think what the jurors have been telling us all along is something you would also agree to, is that the work is improving zone by zone. I mean, the kind of work that is coming across and the kind of sensitivities that are being expressed by the students are really amazing. I mean, hats off to the students for having thought about these issues and brought them out. It is really good. Yes, you have thanked the jurors, but I would also thank them once again for being with us. See, these the work that comes out doesn't come out on its own. I know the teachers have been helping, and the teachers have really put in a lot of effort to ensure after the COVID period, to ensure that the students come back to wherever they were before. But these interactions with you also help a lot when it comes from the practitioners, in the practitioner's voice, and when senior teachers come and explain and kind of look at what are the projects. The learning is amazing and great. Thank you so much for being with us time and again. Each one of you I have called upon at busy times, at any time, but you have always been available. That's so nice of you all. Thank you very much. And a big thank you, as Rama ma'am said, to the host college, because they have put in a lot of effort to see that this works well. Thank you, Jaikumar sir and Neena ma'am, and all the other team, Vijay, Architect Hiba, Aishwarya, so many of you. I know I may not be able to name all of them, but they have been working in the background very quietly and intensely. Thank you so much, all of you. And dear participants, thank you. I know that there will be only 2 people selected today, one from the morning batch and one from the post-lunch batch. But although Habib sir said, yes, winning is everything, or a lot of things depend on winning, but You are already winners because you are representing your college on this national platform, which by itself is a big thing. So first, congratulations to all of you for being here. Thank you very much for coming here, and all the very best for a wonderful professional future. We will be very soon coming back to you with the names of the winners of all zones. We have not informed all the winners yet, but in the coming week, we will let you know who are the winners in each category in each zone, and also more details about the venue of the national jury. Thank you very much. Yes,
Thank you. Do we also not like we don't announce the winners today? How do you?
After this, this is over, the meeting, we would request the participants and the coordinators to log off, and only the three of you will remain online, and you will discuss and work out the winners and give them to us. We will make the announcement of winners of all the zones at one go.
Okay.
We have got the winners from the other zones, but we have not announced yet.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jayashree ma'am. It was the first time, as you know, as a new college, we had this opportunity, and thanks for giving this opportunity to us. Thankfully, there were not much technical glitches and everything. We are happy. We are happy that everything went smooth. Thank you very much.
That speaks well for the amount of effort that went in. Thank you so much. Thank you. So should we call it a day?
Yeah, but before you go, as you say, you will be, Jayashree, you will stay with us, or you will go and come back?
Yes, Rama ma'am and I will stay back with you, with the three of you.
All right.
But we will be only in the background, but it will be up
just
to
the
three.
modalities that whether you...
Yes,
Okay.
we will be there. We will be. Okay. I would request the participants to please log out now, and the coordinators. We will get back to you with the details very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.